What's up, guys? I'm early. Chill stream time. Chill stream time. How's everybody doing? Happy St. Patty's Day. Ugh. My arms hurt. Went to the gym. Got some brews. It's St. Patty's Day. Happy St. Patty's Day. We got some Michelob Ultras. I've been cutting back on the drinking and waiting till as late as possible to have a couple beers before bed. Cutting it down to like 40 ounces, 50 ounces. Get a 40 or two 25s. But tonight, it's St. Patty's Day. So I got a 6-pack of some good beer, some Michelob Ultra. I like Michelob Ultra. It's good. Superior light beer. So, we're going to keep wrapping up on this completion. I'm close to done. Let me see what my window capture has in it. We're not going to watch No Jumper. I'm listening to Joe Bud. There's a lot of Adam 22 drama going on. It's pretty funny. I'm not going to play it. I'm just getting my windows set up. Well, slightly offenses on President Trump to be arrested. That's what they're saying. We'll see. Let's see what they're talking about on slightly offensive.
True. Go back and watch the episode. We provided all the documents. You can go look at it. It's real. It's been in the courts. I don't know why nobody cared in the media that a credentialed journalist was literally lifted all of my information. It shows you how fucked up this entire country is. But
Whoa.
To just say that's how deranged they are about Trump is saying the very least. I still can't believe that. They consider being in the Capitol more dangerous than murdering a dozen people.
Well, I heard that January 6th was even scarier and more of a big deal than 9/11. So that's what I heard.
It was. I died in January 6th, actually.
Dang.
Okay, it's too early in my stream for this.
The truth is, it's just the truth. Anyway.
Maybe we'll check back in on that later. I'm gonna play this Hogwarts chill. If anybody gets in chat, I'll say hi. But I got some Dragon Ball cards. I gotta open them and record a video for the gaming channel, for the card channel. So here in a little while, I'm gonna reset the camera, set it up for card opening mode. We don't got a lot. We just got some starter decks and some packs here, some premium packs. So there could be a secret rare in here. I'm dropping them on the floor. Could potentially be a secret rare in one of these 2 premium packs. It's only 8 packs, so not a lot. I'll open those up in a little while. For now, this game, we're very close to completion. So, not on stream, I cleared out all this southern area. I think I figured out that these treasure vaults are not necessary for 100% completion, but since I've started on this mission, I'm going to do all of them. But these bandit camps are important. I think I only have 6 bandit camps left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe only 5. 5 bandit camps, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more vaults. So we got a vault right here. And then we got to do all the Revelio pages. That's going to be the toughest. But we're going to cheat with that. Because you could spend forever looking for those things. I'm gonna pull up a... I'm not going to spend 40 hours looking for dang Revelio pages. Not going to happen. So I'm just going to pull up a thing on Google and we're going to collect the last... We've got most of them, but... Oh, I didn't know I can get off my broom over the water. We'll play some slightly offensive shortly. For now, let me close this. Turn the game volume up. You guys can barely hear it. Let's hope for easy vaults. Easy treasure vaults. So far, this one looks somewhat complicated. You're not gonna let me get out of the water here. Enemies in this cave? Should just be a treasure chest.
Rebellion. Accio.
Accio opens that. Across here. Climb up this wall.
Rebellion.
And man, this is a large treasure vault. Not super complicated, but large. Large Marge LaBarge. Alright, I think we only have like 5 more of these. 5 or 6 more of these. 5 bandit camps. Revelio pages. I think I need to kill 2 more trolls, and I've done every combat challenge. So we've got to, not only do we have to 100% all the challenges, but we have to collect all the collectibles for the ultimate achievement, Steam achievement. And I don't even know if it's possible because we don't have the PlayStation version of the game, but there's one monster that you only see in the PlayStation version of the game. So I don't know how that's going to work. Because I still have to kill one. Well, how do I get out of this place? I swam in here, didn't I? Where did I swim in at? I swam in. Oh, here we go. Swam in somewhere around here, didn't I? Yo, how do I get out of this place? Let me out of this place. I'm out of place. I'm in outer space. It just vanished without a trace. Oh, it's right there. I'm going to a pretty place now where the flowers grow. I'll be back in an hour or so. Mike is quiet. Check, check. Get off your broom midair and jump in the water. What's up, Bean? Okay. Bandit camp. Disrupt the poacher animagus with Reducto.
What? Wanna have a little Accio.
Retake
What? Accio. Incendio. It's shameful what you've done, Revelio.
It's shameful what you've done. Control 2. Thank you. Blue item. There's a blue down there. I don't need it. Let's just proceed quickly. Alright. Now we'll play the slightly offensive.
Anyway, it is the insanity, and if you want to, by the way, just so I can put on the screen, if you want to watch that
Rip
video by
headphone users.
Robert F. Kennedy, you can check it out on Twitter. It's from Kanekoa the Great. You can see it at the top right there, Kanekoa The great
Glare.
Thegreat. Reminding you, this is an audio-only podcast. You can get this on audio only.
Need to look
Download
for
it
troll
below.
camp.
And don't forget,
There's
that
a
you can
troll
get the
lair right
locals chat
there.
at elijahschaefer.locals.com. I'll post this video. We'll talk about it. We're going to watch this video. We'll watch it in the locals chat after. So at the end of the show, we'll go to locals. We'll watch it. We'll discuss it a little more. It's pretty crazy. But for the most part,
Doing anything cool
I
for
don't think
St.
you have any
Patty's
idea
Day,
what was
Dean?
going on in that entire segment because you're not American and you don't follow American politics. But you do know how to laugh, right?
Why are you trying to do me dirty like that?
No.
Why are you trying to do me dirty like
Oh,
that?
we got a troll right here.
Why can't I just smile?
I
and
wasted
nod?
my
You
Avada
can,
Kedavra.
and you're beautiful, and I love it.
It's
Thank
fine.
you.
But I do want to say, no, but I do love telling you. I love explaining what's going on in the Matrix to you. I love it. It's my favorite part of the show.
I definitely walk away knowing some of the words that you said to me. So
Correct. I will tell you this, though. You do know how to laugh. So we've got to look at our next segment. Let's laugh at some stuff, right?
Elijah got the best music.
We do really need
Slightly
to talk about
offensive.
something. Something very important, and I still don't know why, and I don't know why these people do not understand this. So I went viral the other day. We talked about this last week. I ended up going viral.
Didn't
I
even
posted
know
a
it was
video,
until 4 p.m. What
that
about you?
was saying there
I'm
was a
drinking some
girl
Michelob
wearing an
Ultras.
outfit,
Chilling, playing some
and I
Harry
just said
Potter.
that she looked classy and modest, and I didn't know why more people couldn't understand that. Well,
And I went
not
to
everyone got mad. It got over 50
the
million
gym
views.
for
People
back
got
buys
really
and tries
upset
day.
at a basic comment about women.
My arms hurt.
Okay. Nobody got more upset than our good friends, journalists in Australia. In Australia, we made a lot of headlines in the last week. We made 3 major headlines in the last week alone. But this Australian journalist named Mary Madigan, and I'll let you guess. Do you think she's attractive or no? I'm gonna let you guess.
I'm gonna guess that she's going to look opposite to the woman that you posted about looking beautiful and classy.
Yeah. So she said that a viral tweet has revealed a huge problem. By the
got
way, this
3
made the
over
front
here.
page of Australian news.
Wow.
And that's not a boast
ones are
because
in
Australia
caves.
doesn't really have anything going on. There's literally the breaking news last night was 2 boys who killed a cat. So I just point that out. That's also probably because they don't have a lot of certain types of people in their main cities. Anyway,
Well, we're a small country.
Yeah.
We're a small population.
they also had the Australia white-only policy, which seems to have prevented some surge of crime.
Well, we don't have it anymore.
Yeah, but it seems to have like slowed down as crime is increasing with
The
certain
whites only
gangs
policy.
in the country. That's
Yeah.
actually a real deal.
Well, now Australia's owned by
'Cause nothing
China,
says
so
better
the
about
media is only going to
diversity
show you what
than
they
watching
want
your
to show
kid
you.
get killed in the name of multiculturalism. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
a viral tweet is revealed
all
a
I
huge
have to do
problem
is
women are still
Rebellio on
facing.
this.
It's from Mary Magadan, and it says, a viral tweet was unearthed an awful reality that women are still facing.
Oh, no.
Elijah Schaefer,
I'm so scared.
a white male podcaster, tweeted a video
White
of
male.
a beautiful woman walking down the street wearing a long-sleeve dress and added the caption, modest clothing.
I don't know much
Yet
about
every
it
guy
yet.
looks. Is there something attractive to
I
being
might
classy
Read
that
into
society
a
has
little
lost?
bit
Can't
on
believe
Monday.
you said that.
Probably not, though,
You
because
humiliated me on
I
the
missed
public
it.
stage. I can't believe you
something
would say
about
that.
some, I don't know,
Well, what I can't understand
Catholic
is what
holiday
was controversial.
for
How
some
did this
saint
reveal a
from
great
Ireland.
I don't know.
problem?
did
She
something.
said herself, a beautiful woman walking down the street.
Yeah.
She's wearing, and you noticed, you pointed out, oh, she's got modest clothing on, and look, the men are really attracted to a woman in modest clothing.
Right. The
Is
video
there-
in question.
And you just asked a question. You didn't even give an opinion. You just asked the question, is there something that we've lost?
Right. And this is all the video was, by the way. Okay. That's basically all the video is. I saw Paul Joseph Watson made a video on this tweet that went viral as well. I guess we're at 60 million views now. So she got mad. Like this, by the way, I'm reminding you, this is a lot of impressions. This was on the front page. It's very funny.
viral
stuff.
tweet.
This
I
is
don't understand
cutting edge
Twitter.
news in Australia.
Wow.
She goes down to say, what does it tell us? That Schaefer's observation isn't unpopular. So I guess plenty of men still think women's modesty should be tied to how desirable she is, or that a woman should get praise if she chooses to dress more conservatively. Now, I want to remind you that, where was it? Oh, I guess, did she delete the part?
And she said, of course, he's white. Oh, wait, no, go up,
No.
go up a little bit.
Where?
Firstly, of course, a
Oh,
white
yeah.
male podcaster.
Firstly, of course a white male podcaster would tweet that.
Of course. Oh, why is she even surprised? Hello. He's a white male podcaster. What else do you think he's going to talk
I
about?
swear, I need to find this girl's Twitter, and we need to send her some love messages.
No.
Yes. Look, this is her. I wonder what problem she would have with someone noticing the beauty of an attractive female. I wonder what
I
problem
wonder
she
how
would
she
have.
would feel if a man told her to smile.
What if you
Smile,
just ate
sweetheart.
less? Maybe you'd be happier. The only thing she gets more of is blood
Carbs?
pressure medication. She's winning in that regard. It's also, she's like, oh, the only time someone has wanted to look at her naked was the last time she had a physical exam to measure the increase of circumference of her waist in her obesity predictions.
Oh my gosh.
Mary Madigan, I'm talking to you. I hope you watch this. I hope you write angry articles about me and get more angry because at least during the typing, even though that's not a lot of exercise, you may lose a little bit off of your chubby little sausage fingers. That's true, Mary. And if it's mean, it's mean. But I don't want you to die. I want you to survive.
I don't really understand what her whole article is about. Are men not allowed to compliment women? Or are men not allowed to appreciate and think a woman is so beautiful, whether she's dressed modestly or whether she's like... The guys can't look at the girls in the gym when they're dressed in their underwear, basically.
Oh, that's
Otherwise,
the trick.
how
You just
dare
gotta
he,
roll
what a
earlier,
creep.
and you can cut
And they
right
can't
up through
appreciate
those
a woman
crawl
who's
spaces.
clothed and covered up, because how dare he? Of course he would. So, how about guys are not allowed to ever comment on a woman, what she's wearing, and whether he finds that beautiful or not, because it's none of his damn business.
Well, we have a good video. You just mentioned that about girls getting stared at. Finally, some justice.
This girl
filming,
again.
And she.
Oh,
happens
did she
to
get in
call
trouble?
Out the wrong guy.
This is an
for
old video.
Checking her out while she's working out. Watch this.
Yeah, he's
Do you need something? Do you need something?
an
Okay,
employee,
I thought
and she got in trouble.
so. Keep the pushing.
If you're getting rude, you can leave. Nobody was looking at you any type of way. I don't own the gym, I work here. Yes. And if you're getting rude, then you can
That means
leave.
what?
I can call the police and have you trespass right now.
He gets a
Would you
trespass.
Go ahead.
Like okay, cool.
Go ahead, let him know.
That's what we'll do. So right now, I need you to take the stuff and head up front. Like,
Cut the cameras.
I was trespassed, and my membership was
So, yeah,
revoked.
she got kicked out of the gym.
It was just being rude.
Because that's the thing. Like, oh, what, are you looking at something? Okay, bitch. So here's the thing. Maybe I even am. Well, don't wear your underwear into the gym.
Why is she focusing on
Also-
everyone who's looking at her and not focusing on her workout?
That's what I was gonna say is, dude, I'll look at a guy, a girl, or anyone in the gym for a variety
guy.
of reasons.
Okay.
Maybe I want to use the equipment you're
Nice
using.
save, Elijah.
Maybe I like the exercise you're doing and I've never seen it before. Maybe I think you have good form.
That was almost a big pause.
Maybe somebody in the gym was just crazy. What if someone's checking you out? That'd be insane, right? What if you went to the gym and you were doing butt flex exercises? You were ass maxing.
That's
You were
illegal.
ass maxing.
Straight
Yo,
to jail. Don't.
this girl was doing.
And some guy stared at your butt.
No,
Wouldn't it be so
don't.
crazy if you were wearing underwear in
Yeah.
a public space and you were doing an exercise?
This girl was doing squat thrusts with. She was a little girl. She was doing squat thrusts with like 350 pounds. I was staring. Because one, I was just amazed. I was like, how is that little girl lifting all of that with the power of her gluteus maximus? And I was also staring because it was a fantastic sight to see. But I'm just saying, it's amazement. That's a miracle of God right there.
To make your butt big so people would look at it.
Yeah.
And then some guy looked at it and you're like, excuse me?
That's your fault for looking.
Excuse me?
It was a trap. You should have known it was a trap.
It's always a trap. But I like how the fact that he's literally probably just looking at her, this guy, because making sure she's like re-racking her weights or something.
I don't know anything about that.
No, but I'm saying it wouldn't matter if he was checking her out. It
Yeah.
does. That's not illegal.
Yeah.
Secondly, even if he wasn't, he was working there. People are always observing. Like when I'm at the gym, I see the workers walk around. Sometimes they're looking at your form to see that you don't hurt
Oh,
yourself.
I just
They're
figured out you
monitoring
can change
people.
maps by
And
hitting left
this
and
girl
right.
is all
Wow.
matched. Like, I got kicked out and I got my membership revoked. Haha, bitch.
Even just like recording herself and anything. I don't get it. I think these girls know what they're doing. You
Tower
know what
tunnel.
you're wearing.
Straight to horny jail. That's what she wants. That's
Coastal
what she
Mine.
wants.
But
That's
it's
what the
like,
chat
why
said.
are you paying so much attention? Like, is he looking at me? Did he just look at me? Is they looking at me?
Because they don't do
Work
it for
out.
attention. They do it so little for attention that they
Whoa, that's a
actually
little
end
much,
up
Dean.
caring. And that's the crazy thing is like I've learned that's what females want. That's why I just ignore the crazy psycho females. It's like they just want attention. So like in the gym, it's like the best thing to do is just ignore every single female that's in the gym possible. And they almost get mad. Like if you're like
Nah,
one of the
not
only
me.
guys in the gym and they're working out and you never look at them, you notice they like move around, kind of like move closer to you, or like, and they're just because it's like, dude, what are you doing? We're here to lift weight. I am retarded. I would take heavy thing, I pick it up,
Pick it
I
up and
back
put
where
it
I found
down.
it.
That
It's a
makes you
very
feel
simple
good.
thing.
You
I
need
love
pick
it.
it
I
up-
feel
each
so
day
good.
to feel good about.
I pick up
your
heavy
life.
Yes, I
object,
did leg
or I
day
pick up
today.
heavy thing.
You know what
I
happens
put
after
it
leg
down
day?
again.
Testosterone gets going.
Yeah, like
That's
it
how
is my
families
worst
grow.
nightmare.
That's how families grow. But I thought it was so funny how women who want attention.
Yo, how far is
This
this?
proves it. Speaking of women who want attention,
And also,
this is so funny.
what is that?
This woman, when she goes to take a break, she puts like she's a live streamer. She puts a plank of wood.
Oh,
Right?
from that cartoon movie,
Yeah, she puts planky on the wood. But watch how.
Planky on the wood.
Wait, but what? So every time she puts the plank, her views go up, and every time she comes back, her
No
views go down. And
way.
it's fucking with her head. Because women creators, the comments and the views really get to their head, and they'll literally
Oh,
do
yeah.
crazy stuff. If the
I've
audience
watched
is mean
it.
to them, they'll go psycho crazy. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane to watch. I've watched it in my life.
Yeah, be nice. You don't want to see what's gonna happen to me.
Be nice. Yeah, be nice. It's true. The girls can't separate
when
it.
you
and they
wanna,
do it
like,
for the
have a
fame, they do it for the
relationship with the
appreciation.
person
So
that
when
you
people are
watch
critical of women on streams, they take
in
it
the
personally
stream.
and they start acting psycho in the real world. And this girl literally couldn't, like, the guys are trolling her, like, hey, they're purposely getting off when she's on, and then they're coming back for when the plank's on. You know how
so funny.
you know how it works because
But
guys
it's
like to
fun.
tease girls.
They're having fun.
They're teasing
Let's
a
see.
creator.
Let's see what happens.
Wow.
It's basically where one person thinks that the relationship is
Oh.
something.
Sometimes when I go to the bathroom and I come back,
So often when people do shows, or YouTube videos or have YouTube channels or Twitch, especially with girls, if a girl is doing a YouTube channel, the guys in her chat, and this happens with guys too. Basically, the viewers watch the person so much, and they think that they're like really making a real relationship, and they're becoming friends with this person, and in reality, and they think that it's reciprocal or something, but in reality, the person streaming is just doing a show for however many people was watching. Maybe 10 people are watching, maybe 1,000 people are watching it. It makes no difference to the creator. The creator's just sitting there doing their thing. The people in the chat feel like they have this relationship with the person, and it's always been a thing. Even with movies, people would get obsessed with an actor that they see in the movies all. But it's even worse now with social media and streams and stuff, because a lot of these big streamers stream all the time, and so the viewers are always with them. But the thing is, you guys know everything about me because I have a YouTube channel. I tell you all about my life, but I don't know anything about you, and I kind of like to keep it that way. People aren't thinking that. I don't know. But yeah, that's what the parasocial relationship is. It's always been a slight thing, I guess, but it's a new phenomenon that it's getting.
and I put Plinky out, my viewership goes
And
up
it's
30
especially
to 50 viewers
noticeable.
when there's a Plink of wood here. And then the second that I unmute the mic and I sit back down in the chair, it drops like 70. This is a thing that I have noticed. Why do you guys legitimately prefer a plank of wood? A plank of wood. More than you prefer me. Wow, some excitement for
Oh,
Plinky.
they put the music.
Yeah, but it's like, dude, you should be so pleased with yourself. Like, what a genius idea. Put a plank of wood
See,
there.
I love my chat though. They're like, we're just here to give you shit, Elijah, and I love it. I find it to be hilarious. I love you guys giving me shit. It's fantastic. But like, I'm just gonna say this. That's why if you're gonna co-host a show, co-host it with your wife. because women get offended really
Because he
easily.
can beat me up later
Yeah.
if I have a bad attitude.
Let's
No,
go.
because obviously, like, I don't let her read comments. Because women that
Yeah,
read the comments,
I don't read
they
comments.
go psycho in real life, and then you have real-world problems because your commenters were mean. Thank you, Alex Lindquist.
Alex.
Happy birthday to Nick, right, Alex? Anyway, I want to bring this also up.
No, that caller.
That this also reminded me. I thought this was funny. I
That
have
caller on
seen
Nick's stream at the end
a
of
lot
Nick's
of funny
stream,
South Park
he
clips
was.
recently, but this kind of takes a darker turn on the funny side.
You could tell
of the
he
show.
thought he was in a
Um,
relationship
I
with
was
Hank,
reminding
like,
of how
and it was a
accurate
parasocial
South Park has
relationship.
been.
He's
You know, with like how
he's
crazy
been
it's gotten. This
obsessed.
was
He
when
got
the pizza
banned from the
principal,
show.
like,
He was
actually
calling
beats the
in,
shit out of Cartman
and then
for
he gets
using violent
banned, and
words
he
like
was
that.
like
Like, where he uses
really
violence
upset
to
about it.
remind him to not
And
be
this happened
violent.
months ago.
I'll
He's been
explain
dwelling
this has
on
to do with
this,
the
and
next section of what
and
we're
it's been
talking about.
building up in him, and it's
I
like,
don't need to tell anyone about this. No, I think we have an understanding. Capiche?
What did you just say?
You
capiche?
mean about keeping your dick out?
Capiche? You're associating Italian Americans to intimidation tactics? You better watch your microaggressions, bro.
Okay, look, you don't want to end up like the spokesman for Subway, do you?
Did you just use a term that excludes women from an occupation?
Okay, let's back up.
Ah!
Let's back
Did you
up.
just
What?
say spokesman instead of spokesperson when women are just as capable of selling sandwiches as anyone? Are you purposely trying to use words that assert your male privilege?
No, I'm sorry, I was just trying to frame you for raping Butters.
Do you think Italian Americans and women are less important?
Oh, God.
You dare to use words that alienate two communities of people who have to
He's
deal
beating
with
up a
bullshit
child.
like yours on a daily basis?
Yeah.
It does. That's how I feel like we're in the world. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's like you
We have to
You-
clear an
what is
actual
it?
dungeon.
you post a video of Lady Gaga vomiting on a 15-year-old fan, and then the fans tell you to go and kill yourself.
No, they threatened to decapitate us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like every time you like make a joke, or like that one time you made a joke about Justin Bieber.
But that
Justin
is
Bieber
way too
fans
accurate.
are scary. They're really scary. Fans of celebrities, like singing ones, I don't know what it is, but I don't get it.
Yeah, I think it's
I don't
weird too.
get
You know what? I know this is like super not this audience, but the Selena Hailey Bieber drama is so confusing for the three people in the audience that care about this. You know what? I'm not on Team Selena right now. I'm just
Really?
not. No, I'm not. Because while I bet you Hailey Bieber probably did sneak her way in to Justin's life, and Justin probably married her to get over his like hurt from Selena. The truth is they're married now, and they're trying to make it work, and you got to give a married couple respect. And it's like fucked up to try to get between two people's marriage. You have to be literally the most fucked up human being in the entire world to try to get between somebody's marriage. That's just the truth of the matter. And if that's you, then you're literally
Defeat
probably
all
the
enemies
worst piece of
however
shit
you
that exists in
choose
the
was the
world.
challenge.
And that's what I feel like people are doing, is they're no longer attacking her. They're trying to like break them apart. And I feel like that's satanic. So I got to get Justin. And Justin's depressed over it. Every white guy likes Justin Bieber, kind of.
There's a treasure chest
We all
down
feel
there.
like,
Really?
well, because he like peed on his fans or whatever.
guess
and
we're
he-
getting
That's
it.
And he
why
crashed
the-
his.
Oh, we can't
he
get it.
crashed his Lamborghini high on scissor and
What?
stuff.
That's why
Lean.
you like him?
No, it's because he's like a white guy, and everyone's rooting for the white guy to fail, and they've always been trying to make him the bad guy. Like black rappers do crazy shit, and everyone's like, oh, it's just black people. And then the white guy
Right.
has a hard time. He's like young, and he's growing up in a world. It's confusing to be white. He thinks he's black. He doesn't know what's going on. And everyone's like, come on, Justin, you can win.
And
You
he
can
made
do
that
this
song
because
exposed
we
in the
need- we need,
PDF
like, a white
files.
anti-hero."
Justin
You know
Bieber
what
is
I mean?
kind of
It's
base
like,
as
like
far
everyone
as
is rooting for him to
child
fail 'cause they want
Hollywood
him to
stars
seem like
go.
he's a bad guy. They want to make the white kid the like evil person, and now they're trying to take his wife away, and that's literally it. So I mean, I don't know. It's some crazy drama. Some people are like, huh? People have no
Yeah,
idea what this drama is.
I haven't really been following that, but I just know that from
You got to
since
keep up with the
beginning of
Beebster.
time, Selena Gomez fans have always hated Hailey or whatever. They were always really obsessed with them as a couple, Justin and Selena.
Yeah. No, that's true.
Sometimes breakups happen, guys.
They do, and other
Oh,
times.
I just blew
you get to taste
myself
your own
up.
medicine.
Damn,
This
I'm
is
on
called
fire.
Russian toxic masculinity.
Lit myself on fire.
There's a man walking around in heels, which I believe
Oh,
cross-dressing is illegal
no.
in Russia right now.
Really?
Although people do it, but basically this is what cross-dressers do in Russia. It's technically illegal from my understanding.
Okay.
I could be wrong. But then they go like, oh, a cross-dresser was attacked. So I found the real video, And you tell me if this was okay. I don't know why this isn't the funny section, but I laughed.
Okay.
Don't do that to the police, Russian police.
Let's turn that off for a little while. Just get to the game. I'm going to open these cards up here in a little while. Thing is, I got to make sure I'm making 2 videos, so I got to make sure I got to change my clothes, or change my shirt at least. In between, you guys are going to see some behind the scenes of making a video. First, I got to get through this tunnel. SD card. Is there no audio? Promins? I said promins, not promos. Where did I just come in here from? Right here?
Revelio.
It's not the chest we're looking for. There's 2 collection chests in this place, which will be marked on the map. Sit away. Alright. We got viewers, but they're not staying because I'm playing political stuff, so.
Expelliarmus, Bombarda.
Sorry for the wait, sorry for the wait. Tell them. So I could take. So I had to escape. Little homie gon' be straight, little homie gon' be straight. Ooh. Sorry for the wait too. And I'm sorry for the wait too. 'Cause I can't save you. Sorry for the wait too. I got one, I got great. I need head proof. And they come through and set it on my table. Ooh. Yeah.
Bombarda.
Damage and airborne damage. More like us.
Expelliarmus.
Oh. Damage and airborne ambushed it. There's the matriarch. How do I? Whoa! Whoa! I need help. Found a needle in a haystack.
Fringo! Leviosa! Descendo! Bombarda! Bombarda! Expelliarmus!
Sorry for the wait until the wait is over.
Incendio!
Going back amateur. How do I damage
Accio!
Set it on my coffee table. Don't appreciate you. Keep it down since day one. It meant nothing on day two. Alright. Graduated from that bullshit, now I hate school. Now I'm taking over, now I'm taking over. The old me dead and gone, that's who I'm praying over. My back go back, slimy over till the word is over. Baking soda, I love baking soda. Not, where did I come in? I've already got this treasure chest. Listening to some Wheezy. We're gonna rap. We're gonna sing some Wheezy. Unfortunately, I've got to edit out a lot of words. Sorry for the wait, ninja. Glock 40 for the fake ninjas. Throw a party every day, ninja. That's an ordinary day, ninja. Bad Jimmy Casa, no mi casa, su casa. My chopper go doom da da. Da ya 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 da. Don't you bitch, I'm my future shit. I'm too legit. I sleep on a crucifix. Turn into a lunatic, then shoot my bitch behind orange juice and grits. Uzi clip. I need another Uzi clip. Where am I going? I came in this way. She wanna get it off her chest, but her boob's too big. I'm up the car to 5 on the iPod. My bitch mad as hell cause it ain't out yet. She said, soon as these say your new they gonna have to give they styles back. I said, you too crazy? She said, you too humble. I said, you too base? She said, you too sweet. Then I asked her, do she go both ways? They said, who say love is a two-way street? I said, ooh. Talk dirty, talk dirty, dirty, talk dirty to me. Alright, where the heck am I going?
Incendio!
Oh, there's one. Uno. Got 1 out of 2. In the chef on the streets is my chef on these beats, I'm just stirring the grease. Get you in love when she working for me. I personally get you murdered this week like that blood between my 2 fingers and that peace word. I'm alert, I'm a geek, I'm absurd, I'm unique in my time.
A journal entry. We should look for more.
Free word.
Revelio.
Just focused on my expertise. They like Gucci, you good? Don't question me, let me breathe, dog. Big please, money long. Free Trump.
Incendio.
Repeat what you heard, you were dead pair, repeat this to him. Did I get both of them?
Revelio.
You only live twice time. From the place where the high crime lit like Iran. Sideline, but they never tried mine. fit like I'm sipping cyanide. One bitch took on my tie, but she weren't mine. And I'm so sorry, said
A journal entry.
Woo.
Isadora was here.
said,
Accio. Guardium Leviosa.
we know the thought of how to do. Whoa. Woo. Rock party for the day. No party every day. It's the ordinary day. Bad.
Revelio.
Machaco. Yada. Yada yada. Hey.
Revelio. This journal entry says
Is that the other one? Your gear slots are full. What you talking about? What you talking about? My gear slots. Why can't I pause? Map is not available when you're in a cage. Honey, I'm home. I'm starving. That man family still moaning. Up in that office. Black president ain't do nothing. We need a real up in that office. Like, ooh, bedroom, jumping like Jordan. Got a door they call. My life like Bailey and Barnum's. Ain't got no standards. Boy, I'm putting that toe on that camel. I got
Revelio.
Charles Manson. Took a structure bone, swallowed that bone marrow. Ooh, chopper sitting on my lap like the mall Santa. Shoot you all in your gallbladder. Your pallbearers need pallbearers. I'm mixing it with like gumbo. Knock your head off pronto. Got me with a lump throat. 2 inches bigger than Elvis Presley. Young money was my best investment. Going harder than my predecessors. I don't break records. I set the records. Alright. We got a puzzle. Mountains and coyotes. Can't be friendly.
Revelio. I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic.
I don't know if I want to go in there yet. Getting money like a model. Final triptych Candace Feast. I think that's a quest. Like a barber. She's down with this new world order. It's funny how Ash look like I shopped. Got a good name for
Revelio.
the front door, your condo. Not who's there. He don't care. He's psycho. She likes cold. She like cold. Oh, she just my type. These are all just typos. Okay, we got one of these. We gotta hit that, and that. What will it open? Ooh. Oh, on some mod. Ooh, gotta go.
Revelio.
Even Ross saying me so. Got fat pockets, never bone it. Gotta shit up the stove on it. You still smell the kitchen on me. I have your homies. Say, dang, I miss my homie. I got a blunt weed, I got a mountain of cash, I got mountains like Wyoming. You're mad with me, I'm sorry. You taxed in, put that wrong.
Good for you.
What do you want from me? What do you want from me, puzzle? Oof. This that sorry for the wait to tell the
Revelio.
you should pray to you on your way to. Even Slick Rick the ruler know I break the rules. Ooh. Put your own face on a milk carton. Got time for this. What you're trying to get me? get... Okay, yeah, we need to go this way. Oh, when we first came in, we went right, so we could go left. And there's a big old gap there.
Revelio.
There's a bag there. We don't really need to get that bag. I think that there's still a treasure chest in here. We need to go to the Undercroft. Did I miss something? I can't look at my map, which is a problem. Because I can't see if I've gotten all the collectibles out of here yet. I don't know if I've gotten everything out of here. I guess we just go into the Undercroft.
Revelio.
I don't see anything else. If I go to the Undercroft, do I leave? Yeah, the Undercroft takes me to Hogwarts, I think. Yeah, I don't want to be here. No, I can't go back. Dang it. Hold up. No, I didn't get both the collection chests. I gotta go and do that place again. Is this sorry for the wait too? I'm so sorry, I feel terrible. Yeah, I know I keep on telling you. Ooh, let go. Ah. I knew I shouldn't have went in that mirror. The problem is, I don't know where the chest is that I'm missing. Oh Lord. And also, I got a cool new jacket that I haven't put on yet. This one's sick. Loyal and kind cloak. But the one I'm looking for, vehicular homicide. Oh Lord, sorry for the wait. I'm sorry for the mother guys laying down, singers that's a lullaby. With a white flag, all you want, bitch, I'm colorblind. There you go, the Gryffindor robe for that's for collecting all 16 of them thingy things. Those house medals. Bullet ain't got no name, but you can get it customized. Athletes still getting jacked like they're missing tires. Oh Lord. They just faking. They gonna settle down. Skating underneath the bridge, dead body found. Do a trick over the body lens. Are the enemies gonna repopulate? No freaking way.
Expelliarmus.
Oh,
8 legs is simply Revelio.
looks like there's a hole up there. Oh Lord. What else to do? Get rid of all the white light stuff. It's right there. I'm sorry, bro. Why did I not get it when I first came here? Because I didn't go around this way.
Bobada. Confringo. Incendio. One nudge and that chest might have fallen.
One nudge and that chest might have fallen. here now. And we got one chest at that other place. 96%. We're getting there. Can't go to the map until I get out of the cave. One of two collection chests. Did I kill all the trolls that I needed to? Let me look at the challenge. Defeat infamous foes. Yeah, we have one more infamous foe, but he's not showing up on the map. Also, the stupid landing pads don't show up on the map either. Those are going to be a problem. One more infamous foe, but he's not on the map. When we need to find one more side relationship quest, we do. What's up, Stubborn One? We need to find one more relationship side quest. The boys playing PlayStation. We coming through in motherfucking hang gliders. Quidditch Captain Club completes 6 landing platforms. Wait, what? But then there's another one. So when I get one more, I get to the next level, and then I gotta find more landing platforms. We need one more astronomy table. And we need one more Hogwarts secret. You gotta remind them about. Gotta learn to line them up and then attack. Rap. And to know where the fuck it's at. Collect 16 field guide pages in the Highlands. And with the wham once again. I'm always end up as the man in the end, dog. Just a pain of year. This is done. Yeah, like that, man. Woo! Young Nick, dance and watch the way I handle it. Ooh. How's your St. Patty's Day going? You doing anything, Stubborn One? And I ain't playing with it. And technically, we got to get a level 52. Okay. And we got to do all the collections. What'd you say? So, beasts, infamous foes. There's only one spot left. I swear this is a PlayStation exclusive enemy. Man, when you get to where the fuck I'm at, you gotta remind them about where you from. I never spent. You gonna remind them about where I'm from, where I'm gone. Stepping on a swish of roach like a stepping stone, like a herringbone. Pheromones. Villainous foes. iPhone 6. Terrible, no Blackberry. I can get you back from to get Perry. The drop name 7 off. I ain't got no time to play games. I ain't got no time. Enemies. Hogwarts. Parmesan over pink. Enemies. Hogwarts. In a little while, it's gonna take some getting used to. Going on through the city with the windows down, putting on like I used to, man. I never told you when you get the crown, it's gonna take some getting used to. My friends all in their old feelings now, they don't love you like they used to, man. What you say? Names, background, awakens, all enemies in Hogwarts Legacy. Some enemies look similar, specific traits. It will take some getting used to. Young people like used to. I'm so sorry. Both sides listen. Let's just let bygones be bygones. bygones. I pull up looking like a damn cyborg. Alexander's troll. Is this right? No, it's not in the same order. It's not in the same order. Got their shoes tied together. What are they called? Villainous foes? Villainous? Infamous foes. I ain't got no type. No. When I make a leave, it's love at first sight. Counting dirty money all night. Widow wipes. Make my swishes sweet. That is what to say it like. Oh. Infamous foes. Hogwarts Legacy. I'm looking around. Oh no, there's a glitch. There is one that glitched out, I think, because I don't remember killing it, but it disappeared. On my team, just like Katniss everything. Yeah, lipstick everywhere. I got a shaking nose. Like be like you. Getting your foes in combat will get you points toward completing your Hogwarts Legacy challenges. Valuable loot. So, max. Where to find Hogwarts Legacy foes can usually be found on the outskirts of the map. They aren't too difficult to fight against, may have to look for them. First, to quickly get around the map. Here are all 21 Hogwarts Legacy. There's 21 of them. She said, don't worry, son, I'll help you make bond. Blow up in your face now. I don't know how they did it like that. And a motherfucking K9 on me and carrot cakes. So hard for me to put on a fake smile. Had to buy my birthday cake. And a motherfucking K9. Oh my gosh. Was that knows that she loved me to death. Oh, I didn't mean to get political. I want your but I don't look into her snake eyes. I ain't got no no. Okay. Sorry, what's chat say? I'm trying to figure out how to do this. No, we don't do anything for St. Patrick's Day. Do you fight that? No. Knows having dude from the movies in this game? Negative. Voldemort? No, that would have been cool though.
I didn't touch your helm.
I still have to kill a troll. Did I already kill all the trolls?
Wonder if Ranrock and his crew are in there.
I think I included the troll dealio. Have me walking around feeling like Dolomite. Ugh. No, you don't fight Baltimore, unfortunately. Until I drop that card of 5, yeah. There's one chest in here I have to get.
Revelio. Such arrogance.
Might be it. I just got it.
No! There you go.
What was in that chest? It might have been it. It wasn't showing up on the maps. I don't think that was it. So I think to open these you have to think this opens somehow. I don't see a broiler I can turn on. Ride this thing and have it. I think I'll open the cards up after this. Once I get this chest out of here.
And patrol.
Keep my house clean. I said shut up.
Revelio.
Get service, man. Just told me that she's sick of being a bird. There's the chest up there, I think. Maybe. Trap house with my shirt on. I'm thinking greens and I put that on my firstborn. Talking about the third one. The judge was a jerk.
Revelio.
You can have the third one. Had to drop the part to the shit just to let you know that I'm still doing it. Working.
Accio. Revelio.
Yeah, I've been through here before. I just missed something. There's a chest down there, but peeling like ammo, I'm gone.
I was.
I'm close to the south. Jesus.
Revelio.
I've already fought all these dudes. These guys are way low level. There's a troll down there in front of a chest. I wonder if I can just jump down there. Let's get excited. I don't get invited to these bitches' pity parties.
Accio. Better to get on one of those than try to jump across.
That was stupid. I don't know why I did that. Ah. I hope we get the Android 21 secret rare out here.
Revelio.
I don't see anything up here. Don't see any chests. Just to let you know
Accio. Levioso.
no.
Revelio.
There's one of the chests, but I already opened that one. Do not see it with my Revelio. Whoa. 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 I'm back. I don't know if I wanted to do that yet. Okay, that just spits you out back there.
Accio. I need to pull this platform closer.
No, you don't.
Someone's here.
Around here every day, a holiday.
Chill spells glance off of me.
On display.
Incendio.
Okay.
Your blood's on Ranrock's hands. Petrificus
Oh my
Totalis.
god, my gear slots are full still. Lost count. Lawyers who jumped out of planes. Ooh, treasure chest. Ooh. That was all corner. Ooh, cowabunga. Airborne.
Revelio.
Escobar. Favorite subject was PE. Pablo Escobar. Keep my repertoire. Menage a trois, au revoir. Consuming grass like a cash cow. Police with a badge out. Damn house. I don't know how to get over there.
Revelio.
But that chest looks like it's been opened before.
Accio.
Just started robbing like a week ago. Inside of a cave south of the waterfall. No cash money, just young money. Young money. I don't know why I'm going down there. Smoking virtual wrongs.
Levioso.
Just jump. Just jump. Okay, this time I'm not gonna step on the treadmill thing. Treadmill thing, no. Alright. Where did the treadmill thing go? Treadmill thing, no. Have to go on treadmill thing. It's the only way to go. Oh, that thing launches you. What's this?
Accio. Guardian Leviosa.
Oh, I've never been this way. This might be it. I'm revealing new parts of the map.
Revelio.
Ah.
Aloha Mora.
Straight to the to Hollywood. Grove to go Hollywood. Thermometer, the thermometer. And I ain't even kind of full. Why am I? What the heck? Oh!
Revelio.
That's if you squeal. Bop bop this range. Camera still. She's work as a
Revelio.
I said my lips are sealed. Ooh. There's a chest there. That's the chest that's in front of the troll. But I think I've opened that chest. You can't really tell from the Revelia scan. It looks like I'm pretty sure I opened that when I was here the first time. Problem is I don't know how to get there now.
Accio.
This is dumb. Alright, I guess we gotta go this way. Let's go in the Golden Globe. Wait, is this? I guess we can try this. Written all over my face. That's why these hoes in my face. Is this the beginning? Oh, wait, there's a chest right near me. No, I never went this way.
Accio.
We're done. We can get out of here. Oh, but I don't win Hollywood. I don't know how to get out of this place now. That's the problem. What did Jesus say to the gay men? Gay man? What did he say? Better be a good joke. How'd they go to Houston? Got a bed or what? Let me boost him. He said if it ain't shop the school, it ain't music. That's a BT Cruiser. I know these ones I'm pretty cool. Pimp stop like that.
Revelio.
Houston. Hollywood ain't far from H-Town. To drive back and forth. Wait, what was the point of coming up here? What is this place? I wish I could leave here without having to find how I got in here. Don't get caught. She gonna put me under the jailhouse. She gotta go Hollywood. You're gonna have to wait for this. Oh god.
Accio.
That's horrible. That's horrible, D. Horrible, you hear me? Horrible, deplorable, incorrigible. Not explorable. Ignorable. Don't do me no favors. No, no,
Action.
no favor. Okay, where is the... right here. Alright, cool. I think I found my way back. Throw that, girl, throw that. All right. Maybe I'll finish these. I don't know. Should I open these packs up, guys? Let's see what I get. I'm gonna drop it like it's hot. Throw that, girl, throw that. Got you walking crooked, looking drunk as Uncle Woody. I don't eat, drink. I don't be on that drink. I just be on that drink. And wide awake like I ain't. I'm wearing something. Oh God. I don't.
One day, people working for me.
Talk crazy. Gonna leave you walking crazy. Run this bitch a handicap. At least you get good parking spaces. I'm gonna leave that ass handicap. At least you get good parking spaces. Ooh, girl. She like so fast. I look my no hands. Ooh. I don't care if it ain't her. That's bad. That's not even. That's not even a good one. That's weak. How often do you puke? Like never? What kind of beta question is that? Who just... Rarely, if ever? Maybe... once a year? She said, no babies, no neighbors. Right. Well, I just fast traveled on a broom, and I came through
will rule over wizards and
on the broom. Hey. Skateboard. Hey.
Please have a look.
That's good. Draconic long coat. Whenever I stick. That's not an answer to the question. The question was how often, not how do you make yourself puke. Thank you for the patience. Look how many, dang, look how many unidentified items I have. Selling everything is not even gonna help my... I've got 36,000 gold.
I hope to see you again.
But I don't have to buy anything anymore because I'm just a beast at this point. Let me do something. I'm gonna pee, and I'm gonna fix the camera. We're gonna open these cards, see what I get, and record a video for the other YouTube channel. So I won't be able to read chat while I do it, because some of y'all are weirdos. Ferraris with the red today. You know I always come in second place. You hate it. It's written all over your fucking. You jealous. Woo! And I was right. Yeah. Bitch, you jealous. Stunting on me. Stunt. Don't like. Okay. That should be good on the audio. Sorry for the wait, apologetic. Yeah. Bitch, you jealous. Now give us our cash, our credit. Pop. Ha. Ride round like Pablo, still talking that Blanco. My Nina sings soprano, so we gon' leave on a high note. Come out my shell like Raphael, then crack yours like a taco. Lil Wayne tougher than John Wayne, make a change his name to John Doe. Alright. If I'm tripping, it's a power trip. With that said, I climbed the fence. And when that said, bitch, you jealous. I'm fly like my dreadlocks propellers. I think I should headline Coachella. My woman a queen like Coretta, and you sleep with the devil. I couldn't be junior forever. I don't mean to ruffle your feathers, but I had to spread my wings. Ain't trying to get lemon pepper. Got too many pistols, too many issues, too many mistakes, and too many miscues. Only made me better. It turned me into the man I am today. I'm new and I'm improved. I got myself right. It's just you in a. I got myself right. It's just you in a tissue. Suit yourself, cause the suit is a rental. Slow a bitch down like un momento. I'd rather be screwed than scrutinized. I'd rather get screwed than scrutinized. I'd rather get used by a cutie pie. Alright, I'm gonna open these. I gotta get a playmat, fix the camera, and go pee real quick. Hold on, guys. I can high meditate like a monk. Preposterous. And my goons is wilder than this is bad. That's when pussy money and weed. She said, "Oh, I like your cologne." The last niggas touching us front, so please let it off, let it off. Kill your wife and take her bitch home. And take you to please let it home. And I'm glad you know. Okay. So go to bed. I hope you run into your own. I come with that level before. My COB days are dead, I ain't worried about those. I married the man we divorced. And all that shit did without me, of course. It's nothing as I be, of course. You brought yourself, no one's supposed to pass me a torch. Fuck it, I see you in Forbes. Nigga. I'm sorry for the fucking word. I'm busy searching my calendar for better days. I found it. Either turn the page or tear the page. Why am your money never aid? You jealous. Woo. I was right. Yeah. Bitch, you jealous. Stunting on me. Stunt. Shit. Don't like. Hey. Ha. Bitch, you jealous. I'm sorry for the wait, apologetic. Yeah. Bitch, you jealous. Give us our cash, our credit. Pop. So I want. Oh wait, I know how I do this. Duh. It's been a while since I did a card with me. Not spill the beer. Okay, no, I'm up. Now I wanna play fetch. Come to the drugs, boy, we shop at Payless. With the whole bed wet. scared man, a dead man. Can I get an amen? You don't bought all of your guns, ain't nobody dead yet. You done bought all them guns and ain't nobody dead yet. Why is the focus out? Minutes to myself though, remember don't break. Just call me elbow. You don't want these problems. I'm a problem. Autopilot. I got fucking problems. From the bottom. Loud pat. That loud pat. It should focus on the light. How long are my dreads? There we go. Triple A, dude. This long? About to my waist. Alright, now I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Alright, so I'm gonna record this, guys. And we're gonna nerd out for a second. And this is for my other YouTube channel. So you guys aren't really gonna get it. And that's fine, I don't really care. I do what I want. Alright. So, alright, I'm gonna start recording. We're recording? Yep. Alright, Dragon Ball Junkies. Let's get into these premium pack openings. We've got the 2 premium packs. So each of these is gonna have 2 promos. And this one we get the Red Jiren promo. So each one is gonna have 4 packs and 2 promos. So we're just gonna open them both up real quick. And then on the back, it tells you the contents, your packs, your Jirens, how many different uncommons, commons, rares, super rares, special rares, secret rares are in the set. But that doesn't mean that that's what you're going to get out of these boxes. Let's open this other one up before we check out this Jiren promo. I always like seeing new Universe 11 stuff, new Jiren stuff, because one of the first decks I ever built in this game was the old Quad Strike Jiren deck. So it's always interesting to take a look at the new stuff. But I have a feeling this Red Jiren is probably used for the more recent Red Jiren deck and not the but I mean you could throw anything Universe 11 in that old Jiren deck. So let's see what sort of specs we got on this card. These are our promos. Let's open it up. You get 2 in each one, so you buy 2 premium packs, you will have a play set of this Jiren promo. And it's EX Evolved. If your leader is a red Universe 11 card, Jiren with an energy cost of 1. When this card is played, draw a card. Yeah, so this is for the red Jiren deck. It's just another big Jiren you can EX Evolve onto and get a play set. And that's a very good deck, so People will probably be checking that deck out again now that they have these new promos to go in there. But now, let's move on to what everybody came here for, the pack opening. We got 2 packs, or 2 premium packs. That's 8 packs, 8 booster packs from set 20, Dragon Ball Super. Is it set 20? 19. I think we're on set 20 now. I didn't get any of the last set, which is sad because the last set had those Gohan rares, which turned out to be very valuable. And now the prices of those boxes have gone up quite a bit. Whereas a lot of sets fall, those Gohan rares really boosted the value of that last set. There's no crazy campaign rares in this set. There is no God rare in this set. But there are 3 secret rares. The secret rare is the extra card, You Are the One, I think it's called, with Vegeta on it. Then we got the Android 21, which I would like to pull. Anything I get, I'm selling. And there's also 2 yellow secret rares in this set. A yellow extra card secret rare with the Vegeta on it, and then a yellow cooler, golden cooler secret rare. If I get either of those, I'm selling them. If I get the Android, it's the most valuable, but it's also good, and I play blue-green, and it's just a good blue-green secret rare, but I've got good blue secret rares, but I don't have a good green secret rare. So if I get the Android 21, even though I would love to sell it and make some money, I'm probably going to end up keeping it. Let me get this cord out of the way. Cord's not wanting to get out of the way. Let me see if I can set something here to keep it off the camera. Okay, there we go. All right, but let's get into this. Also, anything Android 21 would be great. I would love to play Android 21, but I feel like it's going to be the most expensive because it's going to be the strongest in the set for all those cards. You need a lot of rares and SRs and stuff, so probably won't be upgrading to any new decks from this set, but I would like to one day play the Android 21 stuff. First card, we got the new Universe 7 Warriors of Universe 7 leader with all of them on it. Gohan, Goku, Frieza. We've got a new Z Awaken, Z Leader, Z Awaken Boo card. There's a new yellow Boo archetype in this set. I wouldn't mind getting some of those cards, but I don't really play a lot of yellow, so there's an Android 21 deck, a card for the Android 21 deck, which is probably the strongest archetype of this set. Everybody's going to be checking it out. Android 17 stuff. It would be cool to get some of the Android 17, the Super 17 secret rares, because I'm an old school Super 17 player. The old Set 5 green Super 17. Panchea, that's Universe 3, a new Universe 3 archetype. We got Babidi. We got Krillin, Defensive Battler, a new Kefla card, SS2 Kefla warming up. It doesn't have a rival. It's 2 cost, though. Let's skip through a little bit. Our foil is Vegeta, Buying Time. The alt foils in this set look pretty nice. It's got that sparkle that they've been putting on them. You're not really going to be able to see it good in the camera, but they've been putting a sparkle on the alt foils for the last couple sets. And then our rare is the rare Android 18 Krillin and Marin Family United. So all we got out of that pack was an alt foil. Remember, these packs, these premium packs, could be hit or miss. There is no pull rate for them. It's not like if you buy a booster box, you know you're going to get 7 super rares. These premium packs, you might get nothing. You might get something amazing. I've had really good luck with the last couple sets that I bought premium packs. I pulled that Vegeta that Vegeta secret rare out of a premium pack, and I think I pulled another secret rare out of a premium pack. So it's doubtful that I'm gonna hit big again. We got the Fu, a new Z battle card for the Cumber archetype, which I would be interested in checking out that Cumber archetype just because I love black. I play a lot of black decks. We got Super 17 Z Awaken, Super 17 Diabolical Union, a Z Awaken card, the new green Goku archetype, Super 17, Super Saiyan God Son Goku. We got a super rare in this pack, Sun Goten, Majin Buu, Android 16, Kefla warming up. Our foil is Goku's Kamehameha Deflection. Oh, we did not get a super rare in this. I got deceived. Our rare is Cumber Furious Frenzy, non-foil. So all we got was the alt foil, Goku's Kamehameha. Then we got our rare here. Next pack. Moving through them. We only got 8 packs. I did order a box from this set, but it hasn't come yet. Evil Aura Overflow. the new Android 18 leader. We got a Cumber card. We got Dende and Purunga, the Third Wish. I don't know what that does. Be interesting to check that out, see if it works with the old Dende deck. Ballerator. It's the Ballerator. Ballerator. We've seen Ballerator in some other cards before. He's got a funny name. Ballerator. Oob. We got a green Oob. We got a black Great Priest. We got Hellfighter 17. Prison Planet. This is for your Cumber deck. It's the field card. It's necessary for the deck. You start with it on the field. Cumber deck looks interesting. Dende Lane, the Foundation. Oh, we got a foil, alt foil of the SS Vegeta Immediate Response. This is a Z battle card for the new Invoker, the new U11, or you could use it with the old Invoker leader. Invoker players are digging. We've got new Invoker support. New Invoker support. And then here's another one of those Invoker Z battle cards, Android 17, Impeccable Defense. So a rare, a non-foil rare. But our foil, this is probably a good foil right here. A lot of players who want to play this deck are going to be scooping up this alt foil. So far, we don't have any hits, but I have been bouncing back and forth. So probably be better just to stick to going through one box at a time, but it's too late. Majin Buu, 2 hearts, Z battle card for the yellow Majin Buu archetype. Pan, Spirit of Resonance, Ballerator, Team Attack, Majin Buu, another Z battle card, SS Vegeta, Android 18, The Sake of the Family, Shocking Regeneration, a Cumber Vanilla, 20k, 2-drop, 5k combo. That's pretty good. Android 20, Vengeful Alliance, Majin Buu, Budding Evil. Our alt foil is Hercule, Expecting the Unexpected. This is our alt foil for this pack. And oh, we got a special rare. Our last pack of, well, it's actually not the last pack of that box, but we got a special rare. We got the Android 18 and Krillin super powered spouses. So this is a blue, green, dual colored, dual attack, deflect, 4-drop. If you don't have a unison play when this card is played, if your leader is a blue Android 18, you can play it for 2. If you have Z cards, yeah, so this probably ain't going to see much play in any of my decks. I can't even tell if it's a dual color. No, it's not a dual color. It's just a blue card. Yeah, probably not going to. A dual attack 15k. I don't know. Maybe in that specific archetype, it's probably good. But that is a special rare. Probably just be selling that one. Just a special rare. And we got the foil Hercule. And we got some bulk. Now, this would be the last pack of the first box. All right. We got the Android 18 Z Awaken, a Cell Dance, Axel Dance. Oh, we got the new Son Goku and Vegeta Path to Victory. This is the new yellow leader. It's crazy because this is the first time a leader, this is a 15k on its awakened side. On its unawakened side, its starting side, it's a 20k Vegito. So this is a weird deck. Your leader starts at 20k, and then when you awaken at 2 energy, you flip to a 15k Goku and Vegeta. It's like you defuse from Vegito. Pretty interesting. And people have been figuring out ways to build decks where you never go to 2 energy. And that way your leader stays a 20k leader all the time. And a leader that starts the game and stays at 20k is tough for your opponent to get around. They have to combo a lot of cards to get over that. So that's pretty cool. But if you play a deck where it only plays 1-drops and you never charge to 2 energy, it's definitely an interesting idea. I don't know if it's going to win big tournaments or anything, but might catch people off guard at local. 8-drop SSB Gogeta Blistering Barrage. This is an 8-drop, and it's a common. 35k dual attack. That's crazy. Interesting that they're making such a powerful common. SS4 Son Goku Otherworldly Infiltrator. That's an Overrealm 5 critical. Draw 1, 20k. Pretty good. And then another one, non-foil. So 2 copies of that non-foil. Pretty good Overrealm card to replace Fate, Fighting Fates or whatever, the one that got banned, the Bardock that got banned. That one can help you replace that slot unless you just use Man on a Mission or Mirror Creator Absorbed. But that card's pretty cool. Draw a card, 20k critical for free. Not a super expensive Overrealm 5. 5 over him, you know. All right, here's the Boo leader. There's the new yellow blue archetype. I love Boo decks. Boo's just, I like Boo as a character, so cool deck. Deadly Clash for that Invoker deck. Krillin, Absolute Guard. Bowlerator, Android 17, Calm Judgment, Hercule, Dende, Hellfighter 17, Majin Buu, Frieza, and then we got a Alt Foil Evil Aura Overflow. Alt Foil Evil Aura Overflow. I think that's for the Cumber deck. And then we got a rare Koitsukai Warrior of Universe 3. Just a rare and an alt foil. So far, we are not doing good at all, guys. We've got all alt foils and 1 special rare. I've got 2 packs left, so we got to hope for a big hit here. Fu Scheming Overlord. Oh, we've got the Cumber Z Awaken leader. This is so you can Z Awaken your Cumber leader. Z Awaken's a fairly new mechanic. In the past 2 sets, Z Battle cards and Z Awaken was added. So now you get a second Awakening on your leader, which is pretty intense. We got Dabura. We got Cumber Z Battle card. Panchia. SS Vegeta, Indomitable Spirit. Paparoni's Tactical Orders. Dr. Mew, Vengeful Alliance. Dende. Bulma. Oh, we got a foil leader. I love foil leaders. And this foil leader, in this set, the foil leaders look more detailed. Nice. We got the Android 18. We got a foil leader card, an alt foil with a leader. Pretty good. And we got the rare immediate response non-foil as our rare slot. So let's put this here. Bulk, last pack. Last pack. If we're getting anything crazy good, it's got to come from this pack right here. Let's open this bad boy up. Oh, there looks like there's something shiny in the back. We got the Android 21 Bewitching Battler for the new Android 21 deck. Probably the best deck of this set. It's going to be doing some crazy stuff at tournaments. Just watch for it. Majin Buu Talented Manifest. Krillin. We've got Trunks Spirit of Resistance. Krillin Defensive Battler. Panchia Team Attacker. Evil Sand Thirsting for Battle. Kai Key Energy Absorbed. Majin Buu the Innocent. Unstoppable Technique. And we've got a foil SSG Son Goku. That's a 20K vanilla red foil. And our last spot is a super rare. This is for the Cumber deck. We got a super rare for the Cumber deck. It's not a special rare. That's super rare SS Son Goku Berserk Instincts. This is when Cumber used his dark energy to turn Goku and Vegeta evil, and they started attacking everybody in Dragon Ball Heroes. See the texturing of the super rare? So that's it. It's not going to take long to go through the hits, really, because all we got is some bulk, some alt foils. The best alt foil, probably this Android, and maybe that blue, the Vegeta alt foil that we got here, and the Android. And then our hits, we got the super rare SS Son Goku Berserker Instincts, super rare, and then higher level of rarity, the special rare, 1 super rare, 1 special rare, Krillin and Android 18. See the texturing on it? These ones usually have a little more texturing than the super rares, and they're alternate art. So there will be a super rare version of this card and a special rare version which has a little extra gold on it. But those are our pulls. Special rare, super rare. Nothing too hot. Nothing too hot out of that. We will have a box coming, and that will be the last opening we do from this set. And we've got some starter decks to open. But that's that. Okay. Done recording. Done recording that. Now, I've got to open the starter decks. And then we'll go back to some Harry Potter. What's up, Johnny Bender? What's up, name? Yeah, that was a whack box. Those were whack boxes. Nothing much in there. I do need to sleeve this special rare up, though. It's probably only worth a couple bucks. Momento. Some sleeves. Just need some sleeves. I ain't got a box of just sleeves. All these sleeves are like. Here we go. Those are katanas. I don't want to use katanas for bulk or for one, two. My girl's wondering one. Miracle Angry Alien Cookie. Yeah, I might partake with you guys after I record this one more opening. We go back to chilling playing the game. This looks pretty nice actually. Dual attack. If you don't have a union instant in play, when this card is played from your deck with a marker on it in rest mode, so it gets your unison out. But for 4 energy, 2 energy in the Android deck, 2 energy for a 15k dual attack, and you get a unison in play, pretty good. Pretty good in that deck specifically. Maybe I'll sell these two together as they go together. This guy's for the Cumber deck, but I just finished my Finn deck, finally. I don't know. What are the secret rares in this set? We missed out on them. We didn't get them, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. Oh, no, there's not. Wait, how many secret rares are in this set? Are there 4 secret rares in this set? Android 21, the extra card, the golden cooler, and Cumber. No, Cumber's from the last set. Yeah, Cumber's from the last set, I think. The Cumber secret rare. I think. Maybe Cooler was from the... I can't remember. Crack a beer. Gotta open a couple starter decks real quick. If I do dabs, it has to be the end of the day. Yeah. Knock you out. I'm gonna knock you out. Mama said to knock you out. We're a memento, guys. Alright. 1 minute. I gotta change my shirt because I recorded an intro and an outro for these openings. And so I'm gonna be wearing what I was wearing in the intro and the outro. Oh, what are you burping at, dude? Alright. Whoa. Tripping over stuff. Tripping over stuff. Alright. gotta change clothes because we're doing 2 videos. So these are 2 videos. They'll both be up on my Dragon Ball Junkie YouTube channel. Just one. Is it one word? I think it's one word. No, it might be 2 words. Dragon Ball Junkie with a Y. All right. This here. All right. Hell of a name for a strain. All right. The problem is the focus was being kind of weird. I think that will be better. All right. Let's do this other opening. Okay. Focus here. Start recording. I'll be back with you guys shortly. All right, Dragon Ball Junkies, we recording? All right, we're recording. So, we got the 2 newest starter decks. We've got Starter Deck 21 and Starter Deck 22. We've got Proud Warrior Vegeta and the Ultimate Awakened Power Gohan. I've got 2 of each of the decks, and as you guys know, if you've ever dabbled in these games before, a lot of the new starter exclusive cards, you only get 2 copies of each of the starter exclusive cards in a starter deck. They'll give you a full deck's worth of cards, but a lot of it's going to be extra cards that they just throw in there for taking up space. The starter deck exclusive cards that you're after, there's going to be 5 different ones in each deck, plus a new starter deck exclusive leader, and then 5 starter deck exclusive cards. You'll get 2 copies of each one. So in order to have a playset of 4, which in the game, a playset is 4 cards. You can have 4 copies of a card in your deck. Sometimes you don't always have to have 4. Sometimes you want less. Sometimes maybe you want to run a one-of copy or something. But the starter deck exclusive cards, you will want 4 copies of each. So you get 2 of the decks, and then you'll have all your exclusive cards. And if you're new to the game, you're going to get a lot of bulk cards that are just good staple cards. So we're only going to open 1 of each in the video here. Let's start with, I'm going to save the best for last. That Vegeta looks like a really cool deck. This Ultimate Power Gohan, probably going to be, kind of a flop out deck. They've been doing a lot of rainbow decks. When I say a rainbow deck, if you don't play card games, what I mean is a deck that runs every color. So, whereas this is going to be a yellow deck and all the cards in it are going to be yellow, this is a rainbow deck. And I think the reason they're doing rainbow starter decks is because it lets them give people staples from every color. So, as you're going to see, we're going to get some basic cards from every color in this deck. But the starter decks are cool. You get your deck. And now, oh, look at that. They separate the Z deck now. They separate the Z deck from the deck, and they provide you with a separate pack of Z deck cards. That's pretty cool. That's what's up. That's different. I've never seen them do that before. They didn't do that with the last starter decks. When you get a starter deck, you get the rule. The fast pack rules has all your rules, the order of the game, the charge phase, the main phase, all the rules, and then it has keywords, all the different keyword skills on the back here. This is a very handy thing when you're learning how to play the game, just to keep it with you. And you get a little cheap paper play mat in the starter decks, which has your battle area, your leader area, your Z deck area, combo area, all the different areas, and then it has quick reference guide on the back. Bunch of key facts, all the information on what's everything on the cards, just key facts and all that stuff. So we won't look at both of them. We won't go through all that stuff in both the boxes because it's going to be the same. But let's get into this pack. I need my knife. I don't know where my knife is. I'm going to have to edit now. I don't like dragging my teeth down it. Oh, there's my knife. All right. There's a little tab. You got to get up under the little tab. Get it. Okay. Got it started. So first, Gohan, Command of Universe 7. So this is a Universe 7 deck, which is pretty cool. A Rainbow Universe 7 deck. The leader is a green leader. So it's going to be primarily a green deck. A lot of your cards are going to revolve around having a green leader, but you can run anything in these. So here's our leader card. Unawakened side, Son Gohan. Awakened side, Son Gohan, Command of Universe 7. Weird skills, kind of like the Mass Saiyan deck. If you pay a yellow or a black, if you have 3 or more energy, play up to 1 Universe 7 card, original cost of 3 from your hand. That's for 1 energy. That's pretty good. Wow. When it attacks, it draws a card. Does it draw on the unawakened side? Yes, it draws on the unawakened side when it attacks. It awakens when your life is 4 or less, or there are 4 or more colors among cards in your energy, Z energy, battle area, drop area, and warp. Draw 1 card, switch 1 energy active to awaken. Looks like actually a pretty good leader here for 1 blue or 1 red. Once per turn, you can choose one of your Universe 7 Gohan Adolescent Z battle cards and play up to 1 Universe 7 Z battle card with Son Gohan Adolescence with the original cost of 2 or less from under it. So lots of ways to cheat Z battle cards and battle cards out for 1 energy. That's pretty good. That's pretty good skill on the leader here. Let's see what the starter exclusive cards are. So our first starter exclusive, and you know that they're starter exclusives because it'll say ST down here in the bottom corner. We've got Piccolo Piercing Flash, 2 copies, both foil. Both the starter exclusives are foil, which is kind of a cutback from what they used to do. Used to be you'd get 1 foil and 1 with gold inlaid foil. So if you wanted 4 of the gold, you'd have to buy 4 starter decks. I don't really care about that stuff, but I don't know. It's kind of a cutback, it seems. I guess since they're doing this, it makes up for it. Then we got Krillin, Clever Fighter. So this is a blue card. This is a yellow card. 2 copies of that. Green card, Android 18 Perfect Teamwork. And those are our 3 starter exclusives and our leader. Then we're getting into some bulk stuff. So this is just like, this is bulk. They just fill it in. This is the stuff you're going to want to replace. If you buy these decks, you buy 2 copies of these decks, you're going to want to be taking out these vanilla Gokus and putting in something better, a better 2-drop that is also Universe 7, because this card plays out Universe 7 cards. So you want to replace these. Beckoning of Universe 7, this is a common. I probably want to replace these. Frieza Double-Edged Sword. This is a common from Draft Box 2. Might be a good card. It is Universe 7. You're going to want Universe 7 cards, though, in this deck, and you're going to want to balance. They've probably balanced the colors pretty well. You want to balance your color splits, but some of the stuff you're just going to want to take out. This is all really useless. Ready to Fight Son Goku. Again, not a searcher card. Son Gohan Universe 7 United. This is actually an interesting card because this will allow you to recycle a Hachiyak secret rare that goes to the drop. One of the only ways to get your Hachiyak out of the drop in a blue deck is with this Gohan. It lets you grab. So now, of course, if Hachiyak is used or leaves the field or anything like that, gets removed from the field, it doesn't go to the drop. It leaves the game. But if it gets milled or it gets, if you have to discard it to the drop for some reason, you could discard it from the drop for this three cost. You can recycle it. Just an interesting little tech about this Gohan. Krillin, Destructo Disc Unleashed. See how it's rainbow? We got blue cards, green cards, red cards. It's a rainbow deck. Son Goku battle. This is all really. It would be interesting to check it out, see how it plays out of the box. If one day when I have a friend, I'll do starter deck battles where I battle the starter decks against somebody else. But I think this one would win, this Vegeta one, But this one does look interesting to try to play. Shocking Death Ball, classic green staple negate. Homicidal Clones, great green staple negate currently. Master Roshi, Forged of Will. These are negates. Yellow battle card negates, interesting. Agony of Health Frieza. This is an old card. I don't even. I guess they just put this stuff in there because it's Universe 7. Most of that is kind of useless. You do want Universe 7 cards, so a lot of these cards you might end up using in the final cut of the deck, but for the most part, you're going to want to replace them with better cards. But this is what's cool. The Shin Noble Supremacy, not so much. It is a rare from a draft box, so this is actually a decent card, you know, probably maybe more expensive as far as rares go because it comes from a draft box. But these are super rares from draft box 2, Strength of Legend Son Goku, not in foil. So these are reprints of the old Strength of Legend, which I have it in foil. It had gold, where all the white is, it was gold foil, and it's a very powerful card, but it's very hard to make it work. You need rainbow, but you get critical, double strike, dual attack, 35k. You could play this out for free, or no, this is not the one you can play out for free. Yeah. You can play this guy out for free. He's a 9-drop. You can't evolve anything onto him, though, so you can't go into Victory Strike from him. But if you have one of each color in your energy, you can play this guy out for free. And then if you pay for one of each color, he gains critical, double strike, dual attack. Now you're looking at potentially 4 critical damage from this 35k for 4 energy. But really, you could just play him out for free and swing with him. You got a 35k swing for free. So this card is very good, especially in rainbow decks. And that's why they put it. I just think it's cool that they reprinted this super rare from a draft box. Draft boxes were hard to get. They came out during COVID. They were limited print runs, harder to get cards. This one, now they've made it more accessible in a starter deck. Super rare card, non-foil. Of course, this is not going to have any value like the original one does, but it's cool that they put that in there. Now let's open this Z pack because we've only gotten 3 starter deck exclusives so far, so I'm guessing there's going to be more in here. So is our Z deck. The starter decks are now including Z decks in them. So this is a starter exclusive Piccolo Master Student Technique. You get 2 copies of that. This is a starter exclusive Frieza Unexpected Assassin or Assistance. That's a 1-cost Z battle card. You get 3 copies of that. So 3, 4, 5, 7 cards in your Z deck. They give you a full 7-card Z deck. That's pretty cool. And then we got yellow, Son Gohan Master Student Technique, blocker, Z stack. Uses the Z stack ability in this deck. I guess you play out your Gohan. You get to put the Piccolo under him, and you can switch between Piccolo and Gohan, I guess. Universe 7, or you can put the Frieza under him too. Anything that's Universe 7, you can put under him and Z stack it. Place this card under the played card so you can switch them out. Interesting. So that's your Z deck, and it's cool that they give you a fully constructed 7-card Z deck now. And actually these are all starter deck exclusive cards. So 6 starter deck exclusives in this instead of the usual 5, and 2 super rares from Draft Box 2 in the form of Strength of Legend Son Goku. Now, like, this is a card that you don't need to run 4 copies of this in the deck. So even though I'm gonna have 4 copies between the 2 starter decks, you don't need to run 4 copies of this in your deck. It's a boss monster. Maybe you'd want to in that deck. Maybe you would. Let's move on. Now, this is the one I'm really hyped for because I'm actually gonna put this together. I don't have like a good yellow deck. The last time I played yellow was Sin Shinron yellow way back in like set 9. We're on set 20 now. So I'm interested in checking this yellow deck out. Plus it's Majin Vegeta, which is pretty sick. So let's open one of these up. Probably the same playmat. Oh, Z Awaken. Let's go. Yep, same playmat, same rules. We don't need that. Let's open this up. We'll save the... Dang, look at that Z leader. Awakened Z leader, Majin Vegeta. That's sick. We'll get to that in a second. cut this. All right. Let's get this one open. This is a yellow deck. Yellow decks actually won Worlds. Oh, yellow Trunks Vegeta. Oops, sorry. Yellow Trunks Vegeta just won Worlds, so this is a new yellow deck. People are saying it's a decent deck out the box. So if you can only afford to get one, you can grab yourself 2 copies of this one. You'd be set. SS Vegeta Fighting Instincts. Draws a card. Switch one of your SS2 Son Goku Destined Battle or Trunks Rambunctious Son to rest mode. Switch one of your opponent's battle cards or unisons and switch them to rest mode. Nice. Add 1 card from your life to your hand. This card gets 5,000 power for the turn, making a 20k. Interesting. There's its unawakened side. This is our leader card. Starter deck exclusive. New Majin Vegeta leader. Foil leader. Again, they used to have gold stamp on them. They don't have gold stamp anymore. And then our starter deck exclusive cards for the deck. This is the Goku our leader was just talking about. SS2 Son Goku Destined Battle. Prince of Destruction Vegeta Destined Battle. These have Servant. Interesting. And then Trunks Rambunctious Son. So your leader lets you tap these cards in order to tap your opponent's cards. So you're going to want 4 of each of these. So when you buy your starter deck, you have 4 of these, 4 of these, 4 of these as your starting engine for the deck. This is your engine. And then everything else works around the engine to make the deck do what it's supposed to do. All right. And then you're going to have a bunch of yellow staples in here. Time Magic, a classic sparking negate from set 5. Oldie, but a goodie, a classic. They give you a full play set. It's a staple. I don't think you're going to need 4 in the deck, though. But you probably want to keep some. Dependable Saiyan Trunks. This is a searcher. You get 4 of those. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. You get 4 of those. Those are vanillas. You'll probably be replacing those. SS Brawly Legendary Unisons. There are much better unisons that you could put in this deck for yellow. The yellow Vegeta. The yellow... Isn't there yellow Gogeta? There's way better yellow unisons. Meki Kabura than this. I would take this out immediately. Switch it with another unison. Son Goku Absolute Annihilation. I can't believe this card isn't banned yet. How many copies? You don't need 4 copies. I'd say you're good with 2 or 3, maybe 4 though. Yeah, this card is so good. Keep it at 4. Very good card that they put in there. That card needs to be banned, to be honest. One of these days, it makes yellow just... I hate that card. Nobody likes that card. It has barrier and deflect, and it makes you tap an extra card every time you do an extra card. So every time you use an extra card skill, you have to tap extra energy. So your 1 cost extra cards now cost 2. Your 2 cost 3. It's not fun. But it has unique, so they can only get 1 out on the board. Technique Chain Son Goku. Maybe now we're starting to get up to like our boss monsters. They give you 4 of. So again, like this deck, you have play sets of all the cards they give you, except for these starter exclusive, which those are what you want play sets of because that's your engine. All this other stuff is just extra. Super combos, I'd probably switch these Gohans out for a different super combo. Vegeta the Impregnable. Krillin making a comeback, 4 of those. Piccolo the Brilliant Rogue. And 2 Frieza's Army's Reinforcements. You'll have a playset of these. There's a staple. Negate, take a life, play out a blocker token, and negate an attack. These cards are staples. So, but for the most part, it's a lot of bulk yellow cards. But there were some good ones in there, but you just want your engine. So that's why you buy 2 of them. But last but not least, I think the Z deck is going to be spicy. Look at the Z Awakening Leader. Again, this lets you awaken twice. So basically, you start the game with your leader on your unawakened side. At some point in the game, you awaken your leader to his awakened side. Then you can awaken again to your Z awakened leader, and it gets even more powerful, making your leader a 20k double strike. 15, it makes it a 35k double strike. Choose all battle cards, ignoring barrier, and KO them. Add cards from your life to your hand until you have 1 life left. This card gets 15,000 power and double strike for the battle. Choose all battle cards, ignoring barrier, and KO them. Wow. So you can go in, You can go ham with that. You want to make sure you win the game when you do that. Switch one of your Son Goku or Trunks youth to rest card. Draw a card. Choose one of your opponent's battle cards and switch them to rest mode. Z stack yellow. Your life is at 3 or less. So pretty sick Z Awakening leader there. That's pretty cool. And then starter exclusive Son Goku Overflowing Aura. 3 of those. And starter exclusive Majin Buu Despair's Revival. 3 and 3. I'll have to check out later what these Z battle cards do, if they're any good and all that stuff. But you can change your Z deck out a little bit, but you'll definitely want to keep this card in your Z deck. And that's it. That's the first Z. Well, no, it's not the first Z battle card and Z leader starter decks that I've opened. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Now they give you the whole Z deck in the starter decks. That's really cool that they do that. But that's it for the opening. I'm gonna open these other 2 boxes off of camera by myself. But yeah, that's it. All right, guys. Now I got a mess. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. All right, hold on. I gotta clean this mess up. Calm down. You're not going anywhere. Quit. Echo, your breath stinks. You know that? Ooh. Echo, calm down. Chill out. All right. Okay. All right. I'm back. Un momento. I gotta clean this space up. So those will be on the Dragon Ball Junkie channel, where we play. It's just a whole gaming channel. Yeah, we didn't hit anything good in those openings. I got one box coming, one full booster box. That'll be interesting. See how that goes. Usually I get 2 boxes per set, but the game's kind of dying off, which is not good. Collectors will still buy the cards, so I'll have to sell my collection. Let's smoke a bowl. What do you guys think? I'm hoping there'll be another online tournament soon, but I need to build that Beerus deck. Probably next time I will have a little extra money, I'll buy singles to get the Beerus deck that I want to play, and I'll play that. That'll be fun. I saw you got your ranking up to like 700 something on chess, Johnny. Tomorrow's gonna be a lit UFC pay-per-view, so I'll be streaming during that. But I think it starts at 11 a.m. my time, so I'll be streaming early. Ugh. Might get more rare. Some of them will lose their value. Some of them will hold it. All right. All right. Go back to the game. See if there's anything cool on YouTube to watch. Milk speaks on the death of Black Boy. You guys ever hear this guy Black Boy? He got killed.
For the ones working hard so things can keep running, there's Granger.
Years ago.
Once you meet with a TurboTax expert who will do your taxes for you, you're free to do not taxes.
Pinch yourself.
What's the deal, YouTube? What's the deal? It's your Loc Milk 74. You already know how this about to go. So pull out that dro, that kill, that kush, that cake. That shit, when you smell it, it's stanky in your face. You understand what I'm saying? Look, we about to get into it, but let's light it up. But today, this pack is dedicated to Block Boy, the Taker. Damn. Let's go.
Takers.
So everybody was criticizing me about my backgrounds in the past, you know, so I bought a green screen, as you can see. I bought a green screen to give y'all a little nice view. Okay, so look.
He's lying.
Now,
that's not a green
screen. If you did know, or you did know, around Christmas, the weekend of Christmas, Block Boy was shot dead inside of a vehicle parked on a residential street in Lakewood. Don't know if it was a drive-by. I don't know if they jumped out and walked up. I don't know. I really don't care. You know, we're not even about to talk about them. We just gonna talk about him. Now, Block Boy took clout chasing to a whole nother level. He did what Tekashi was doing, but Tekashi was beefing with people that was kind of already established. You know, people that had something to lose. You understand? From the Lil Durks to the Casanovas to the YGs. You know, people like that, they got something to lose just to really, you know, take it there with this clown. So, this clown, he didn't choose people that was already established. He chose local rappers to beef with. Now, he's not beefing with them the regular way. He's beefing with them a little bit more severe.
Yeah, I'm not wearing green.
Gang banging rappers,
but I'm smoking
really
green.
He's choosing them, and he's choosing people from every section of Los Angeles or Los Angeles
Why is my controller
County.
vibrating?
He's choosing people from
heck?
Inglewood, California, Carson, California, Long Beach, California. Did I say Inglewood, California already? All through South Central. Like, he's just picking with people. He even going after dead people from Disney Channel. Like, come on, bro. Like, you a rapper. What Disney Channel got to do with this whole situation? Huh? So, look. Block Boy B was an up-and-coming rapper. You feel me? I don't know what state he exactly came from, but
like
he got
a Quidditch
shipped
challenge
from somewhere to California.
It's a Quidditch field out in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, there's no Quidditch in the game.
Probably with some people over there claiming my Pyru. So he come out here claiming my Pyru. You understand what I'm saying? I guess he see what Tekashi was doing. I guess him and the other clown, G-Bo Ganiston, you feel me? I really believe that they was working together on that fake beef, but they was going too far. You know, you got Block Boy getting shirts of dead gang members. You feel me? We ain't gonna put their names out there, but he getting shirts of dead gang members from Inglewood, from these various places, you know, and he's going to these people areas and taking. Now, Instagram give you 60 seconds, which is a minute to shoot a video. Majority of his videos was not even a minute long. People say, well, why is he able to still get out over there and do that? This is 2021. This is not 2007. This is not 14 years ago. You feel me? If he did that shit 10 years ago, 13 years ago, guarantee you, anywhere he would have went out here, any area, would have been somebody on a bike, psych, or hike. It would have been somebody patrolling in a car, or it would have just been people walking around. It would have been very hard to pull these stunts, but everybody get lucky. So, you know, he was just taunting and you know, he was going at whole communities out here, bro. Like, you can't do that. Like, you can't come out here. One thing is to be on some rapping shit, but then you pitting the gang life, like you adding the gang life, like you don't even gotta worry about the rapper. Worry about the people he around, or the people he taking care of, or the people that's eating because of him. It's not too good. You understand what I'm saying? Can't nobody put the blame on nobody with this. The government shouldn't even be mad. Like, homicide should just like give it up. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he brung this on his own. Like, and then you doing this. Okay, I understand it. Like, it's dangerous anyway. Like, if you gain a certain amount of followers and clout on Instagram, somebody will try to kill you for that.
I'm not playing songs.
If you rapping and you got a little clout on Instagram and YouTube, they're going to kill you for that. If you a blogger and you popping, they're going to try to knock you down for that. So, it was a dangerous job already. He just took it to the whole next level. You know, he's saying fuck people hoods. He you know, he tried to come at my area. You feel me? He made that video on Manchester and Hoover because of me. Because I told him when he was on 84th, why you didn't take your ass to Manchester Park? You didn't take your ass to Manchester Park because there's no marks at Manchester Park. You feel me? That's what I told him. And what's the first thing he said in the video? Oh, I came up here because they said ain't no marks at Manchester Park. You still didn't go to Manchester Park.
I recently joined
Well, he did go to Manchester Park and then he died. Dang, that's loud.
plan is to build a multimedia
The plan
empire
is-
offering services on the
I recently joined
You got
forces
lucky.
with Daily Water.
You got lucky with your little 30-second video, your little 25-second video.
Why is he
on
talking
Manchester
with
and
that
Hoover at the
style?
gas station,
Because that's how he
niggas
talks.
know. You got real lucky. You feel me? And then it's like he playing because you not going around dressed like no gang member. You understand what I'm saying? You're not going around dressed like no thug, like you in the streets. You ain't got no Levi's, no Dickies, white T-shirt. Your closet full of clothes.
If you
from
grew up
Ross
with a
and-
black
and-
mom
and
and
Marshalls, you feel me? Perry Ellis
black
and
sisters
Calvin Klein tennis shoes. I have never
and
seen
we're
a
in the
nigga wear
hood, you'd probably talk
Calvin
like that
Klein
too,
tennis
dude.
shoes. You feel me now? The sad part about this whole situation is that he still was trusting people. You know, he still had, he put trust in people, and he didn't even see what was happening. He didn't even see that these niggas was gonna send bitches at him. He don't understand that. He ain't up on game. Like he not paying attention. He don't even understand that. Like, bro, they gonna send them hoes at you. Them hoes don't want you because you doing all this shit on the internet. You feel me? They know that that's gonna put their life in a line of jeopardy. So without saying too much, you know, basically, like, I feel like the clown got set up by a broad. You understand? I'm just saying that's what I think. You feel me? Everybody entitled to their opinion. You understand what I'm saying? And then how you gonna trust, like, I'm just saying, how you gonna trust the OnlyFans model bitch? Like, they accept him from $5.99 to $25.99 to see they pussy videos, all type of videos of them sucking on cucumbers and just doing all type of nasty shit. Let me remind you, from $5.99 on up, you feel me? All these hoes ain't getting no $50, and then that's still what you selling yourself for a 30-day description. I mean, a 30-day subscription, so I can see you, see everything about you for $5.99, and you trusting them, bro. For a nigga them $500, they gonna give up your location. You feel me? It's crazy, bro. Like, and then he was weak. Like, his music was trash, bro. Like, we not even gonna sit here and lie. Like, I don't even fuck with Almighty Suspect. Like, I don't. Like, and that's another video that we gonna get on. But it was like the diss he did towards Almighty them. Well, Almighty Suspect, it was trash. I ain't even gonna lie to you. It was trash. And he should have seen it. Like, damn, I'm doing all this clout chasing. I'm burning niggas that's passed away shirts that I ain't never met. I'm saying, fuck these gangs that I ain't never ran into. It's just crazy, bro. But don't get on here and tell me I'm wrong for talking about him. I'm not about to be like getting into it with this dude and then he died and then I just be like, oh, I'm sad he died, man. Rest in peace, Block Boy. You know, it's the takers for life. Like, no, we ain't playing those games. Fuck him. Fuck Block Boy. Fuck them takers. He got took. Lord, forgive me, man, but you already know. He was sending a bad message to the youth, though. You already know, bro. But look, hey, Block Boy, you shouldn't have been playing, my loc. You shouldn't have took this shit as a game. You mentioned Figueroa, and then you got slain. No, I'm just playing. You mentioned a lot of people, bro. Like, that shit crazy, bro. Like, you was really out here like a real goof troop.
A real goof troop.
Who gets shot in Lakewood, bro?
This is the Gilligan Hunter.
Who? I mean, people could get grooved anywhere if the severity of the issue is serious enough, but you got caught in Lakewood. I wouldn't have never thought it, bro. I wouldn't have never thought it. Hey, but look. Hey, rest in peace, bro. Nah, ain't none of that. You know, you did this. You bring this shit on your own, bro. On everything, Lo. Yeah. Your soul flying away, and I don't know if it's going that way or that way. Hey, nah, but Lo, for real, bro, like, it's crazy, man. Like, he made videos, bro. Like, then you got people.
Block Boy, he did.
I was in a really bad accident. The woman that died was about to be my sister-in-law.
I want my child back.
Morgan Freeman in a movie? I'm gonna have to see Oppenheimer when it comes out. Come on, man. Let's listen to PBD talk to a commie.
Of how the average person is doing, right? Because the size of the economy can grow and we have no idea, where does that wealth go, right? Does it go to a small number of people? I mean, that's typically the pattern, right? Typically, Marx said, right, the history of hitherto existing society is a history of class struggle. That means a small group of people tends to take the lion's share of the wealth.
This guy's a communist.
Of an economy, and this is going back thousands of years, right? Did that happen in the Soviet Union? The answer is absolutely not, right? The wealth went towards improving the average person's life and especially towards improving the lives of the very poorest. That is extremely unusual, right? That is, in fact, there at the time, there's no cases of it. There's no parallel. There's absolutely no historical parallel. So before we get into, this debate is carried out about, oh, Stalin murdered this and that, right? Stalin did this. Okay, look, before we even get into the details, you start with the big picture, When you're approaching something from far away, right, you see certain, there's the mountain, right? What does it look like, right? This is the mountain of Soviet socialism, right? It's a rapid economic development, A, and B, rapid improvement, very rapid, right? History's most rapid improvement.
This guy is like pro-Stalin.
And I think that is a stupendous accomplishment, Now, again, I'm not a fan of the great man theory, right? So I'm not saying, oh, Stalin, we worship Stalin like this, right? Nonsense. That's not true for any leader of any modern country, right? What leaders do is supported by millions of people, right? One way or the other, but we can say, right, Stalin is the leader in a leadership role, right? And so, he has certain responsibility, both positive and negative, right, for what happened under that, 28-year period or so of his leadership. And I think it's a huge mistake to look at Soviet history and say, oh, that was an economic failure and, oh, people suffered and whatever.
People suffer in whatever?
People suffer in every single society. Could they have done better? Maybe, right?
I don't
Could they
know
have
of
done
any
better
other
economically?
society that's
Maybe.
killed 60 million
But you start with the
because
actual
of their
fact, right? The fact is the economy grew massively under Stalin, right? The economy industrialized quicker than any society ever industrialized.
For who?
For and people's lives got a whole lot better, right? And how do we know that, right? We can look at that in terms of, the tools that social science has to measure that, right? Which are, how long are people living? What's the life expectancy? How many babies are dying before age 1, right? How many calories are people taking in, right? How many people can read? These are the basics,
right? Because when
especially when you're dealing with a relatively poor, mostly agrarian society, a society where 92% of the people work in agriculture, right? These are monumental.
I don't know about under Stalin, but in Russia,
and that is why I celebrate that.
I got down to where you were given half a loaf of bread a month.
And a huge distortion to allow the anti-communists, most of whom, by the way, are Nazis, to write this history. We can't allow that. Right? We have to have the true history.
You said most, man, you just made a lot of assumptions right there. Some would say, and you said it in a confident way, which is pretty impressive. It's like going up to a girl at a bar and saying, listen, I'm going to be the greatest man you're ever going to take home. And she doesn't know until she takes you home. And then she says, you know what, you were like a 4, you were okay, or you were good and you delivered. So we don't know that. But let me go back and measure a few things that you said. One, by the way, I've had Richard Wolff on before, and we had a great time together. I had him on, and Slavoj Žižek's also been on, and a few other socialists have been on. I love talking to socialists. It's a good conversation because I think the audience wins. So, you said, what it did to the economy, it improved the average person's life. And, let's not look at the amount of people that died. It is what it is. It's, you have to do what you have to do. And then leadership, there's some negative, there's some positive. The part I agree with you, to me, a leader is somebody that gets people to do something they wouldn't do on their own. That could be positive or negative. I think a criminal that says, hey, let's go rob the bank. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I'm telling you, we should go rob the bank. If I end up going and robbing a bank with a criminal, that guy was a leader who led me to go rob the bank. Now, does that mean he's a good leader or a bad leader? I define him as a leader, but depends what he's leading to doing. But
you got a lot of money.
It
was
and
successful.
say, improving the average person's life. Here's one of the challenges I have with that.
Robbing the bank
If
will improve your
any
life.
history book you read, it doesn't matter where you read it. Stalin and Lenin are not seen as, heroes, or Mao. The only places that you will read that's positive about them is typically their own country, or somebody that's maybe favoring them that was from their lineage that, says good things about them. But the biggest challenge with communism for me, and I want to kind of focus on this, and then we can go any different angle you want to go. I got different topics we can go to. The concept of force versus choice. So who is the government to determine
who gets what
improving means to me? Maybe I want to build my life at a different scale. Communism doesn't allow me to do that. Choice is eliminated under communism. Choice is there under capitalism. Communism's basic foundation is force, and I know what's good for you. Now, you're going to disagree with that, so I want to know where you're going to go with disagreeing that, because I don't think communism exists without a level of force. Do you?
I would agree with everything that you said, but we have to change the term communism to capitalism. It is capitalism which gives us no choices, right? The average person has nothing. Right?
How do you figure?
You cannot have freedom if you have nothing. Okay. So now when I say the average person has nothing,
actually you have more freedom when you have nothing, buddy.
How much liquid wealth does a person have? Right. Okay. So if we look at
I've ever been was
90% of Americans, and richest country in the world, right? How much liquid wealth do people have?
And I was free to do
the answer is almost none, right?
Or I could make
almost
a choice.
Now, even if when we start approaching the
communism,
top 10%, that answer
you don't
does
even
start
have the
to
choice
change,
to go be
right?
a homeless drug
So
addict.
the top 10% has wealth, but when we look at how much wealth they possess, almost all of it is illiquid, right? So almost all of the average person's wealth is in the form of their home, right? Now, the average person does not own a home; they own a portion of a home, right? Home equity. But this is not wealth that you can use, right? Because the most you can do with that wealth is you can
Mao
borrow
was
against
number
it, right?
one.
You're using
I
it
disagree.
right now, right? You're living in it. So
this guy
if
likes
you
Mao.
try
He
and
likes
use it, you have
Stalin.
an immediate problem, which is where do you live? Here's the question, right? Does the wealth that you have, even if you're at the 85th percentile or whatever, right? Even if you're sort of near the top of the income distribution under capitalism, does it allow you to stop working and do whatever you want, right? Imagine if you could do whatever you thought.
You can't do whatever you want in capitalism. What are you talking? I mean, communism.
To humanity, right? Does it allow you to do that? The answer is no.
Neither does communism. So that's a.
Right? And I can say this as a pretty privileged position, right? I mean, like, people can look up my income if they want. My critics.
I'm sure he got rich off of capitalism.
And they say, look at this.
He got rich off of capitalism by talking about how great communism
is. Like one shouldn't or something, as a PhD college professor, right? The point is, right, even if you're doing well on the income ladder, you probably have almost no wealth, right? And if you do have some, do you have enough that allows you to live off the proceeds and do whatever you want? The answer is no.
Nobody can do whatever they want.
1%, right?
That's a satanic,
Absolutely
materialistic
so
ideology.
If you want to talk about freedom, right, that's what I think of as freedom, right? I think freedom means you get to control your time. You get to decide what you do. I mean, that's the most precious resource that we have, right?
Let's take that. If you don't mind taking that. So let's go with that angle right there. So you said everything you said I agree with, except I would replace communism with capitalism. Okay. So a couple different things there. The average person, wealth is measured based on liquid savings, not based on the income they make. Fine. Do you think it's the choice of the individual on how they spend their money? And do you think there are people that are better with their money than versus those who are not good with their money on how they spend their money? Some have good habits, some have bad habits, right? Like when you say, I'm a PhD and you're making good income, you earned the right to do that. You went and got your PhD. I think whatever you're making, whether it's 120, 150, 200, I haven't looked up your income. If you have the discipline to go, I haven't looked up your income, but if you have the discipline,
you can look it up later.
Number one
but if you have the
murderer.
discipline to go get a PhD and you were a thought leader professor.
Oh,
if the
Mao
market
killed more
pays
than
you good
Stalin?
money, more power to you. But I think that's more based on the choice of the individual on how they spend their money. I got guys
I believe that.
in sales
I believe that.
make $500,000 a year and they're killing it in income. They got $100,000 in savings because they got 4 Lambos. For what? You don't need 4 Lambos.
All right.
Then I got guys that
think
make
I'm
$78,000.
I think I'm done with all
they got
that.
$2 million in savings. So that argument gets stopped.
I don't
based
see
on
any
the habit
more.
of the individual on what they do with their money. Don't you agree?
No, not at all. Because in
I don't
order
see
to
any more
in order to have the
things.
ability to save at that level, you have to have income at
But
that
we
level.
still have to.
Like let's not.
We have to
act
find this
like
last
the
collection
average
monster. I don't
person
know what it
makes
is.
78K or 200K or 500K, right? That's not.
I only
those are
need
not
one more of
average
these.
incomes, right? So the if we want to talk about who is average, we need to talk about median figures, right? So the median household income in the United States, right? And this is household, so that includes
I'm probably just
every
missing
member of
one
the
bandit
household,
camp.
right? So there's about a little over 2 members of the household on average, right, in the United States, 160 or so million households. So the average is about 60K, right? So that means half make below that and half above that, right?
Sure.
Now, income is not the whole story, though, right? Now, well, look, I should just say, just to finish that point, right? We are dealing with masses of people who don't really have the option to save because their cost of living is so high relative to their income, right? And because rents have been rising much faster than incomes have, right? There's unemployment. I mean, these are the constant problems of capitalism. Capitalism has such an emphasis on employment, but does it guarantee everyone a job? Not at all, right?
Do you think,
even under good times, you have millions of people who are looking for work and can't find it?
how much of it do you think is on the individual to increase their market value?
Okay, I've done all the bandit camps.
Individuals can certainly do that, right? You can. I mean, I'm sort of in the business of encouraging people to do that, right? Go to school, get your get your AA, right? Get your BA, get your BS, but is everybody going to do that? I mean, I think it's sort of cruel to tell everyone, hey, listen, we've got to cross this river. 9 of you are going to make it. 1 of you is going to drown. Good luck. Like,
yeah, but
wow,
maybe you could say, look, you kind of eat a little too much and you put on too much weight. Maybe discipline yourself a little bit so you can have stamina a little bit more. You can say, what's wrong with us saying, look, instead of watching Netflix all day and playing video games, maybe spend that same amount of time learning a new skill set so the market could increase your value.
I do learn new skill sets
that
while I play video games.
I think it's unrealistic.
Why do you say that?
I'm learning about economics right now.
It's like musical chairs, right? Musical chairs. The whole point of the game is there's not enough chairs, right? It wouldn't be much of a game if when the music stopped, everybody.
There's another legendary beast somewhere, and I don't know where it is.
That's a game.
That's a game.
Sure.
But our economy is not that different from musical chairs, right? I mean, like, there's always going to be millions of people unemployed. I mean, we can look at the lowest unemployment figures in the series, right? And what does it translate into?
I hope there's a collection
it translates into several million people unemployed. I mean, that's just the reality, Every 1% of unemployment is 1.6 million people or thereabouts, right? So you always have millions of people unemployed even in the richest capitalist nations. You just hope it's not you, right? You just hope that you hustle hard enough and it's not you. I call that cruel. Yes, absolutely, that's cruel. Because we are saying, look, somebody always has to suffer, right? That's a structural cruelty.
Do you have any kids? Yeah. Do you have any kids?
I do. I have 2 kids. They are 11 and 14.
11 and 14. Do you feel they have to contribute to society and where they're living today? Do they have any responsibilities or no?
Yeah, everyone has to contribute to society, and I think everybody does,
You think?
I think when you say that, you mean in a formal employment capacity.
No, I got 4 kids. And I think about it. Like, for example, like what the part I agree with is when somebody's coming up, like, listen, you got to kind of give me an opportunity to kind of build myself up. And then, like, the culture of Middle Eastern culture, sometimes in America, it's like you turn 18, go figure it out on your own versus, hey, listen, let me give you a little bit of a head start and then go and do your thing, So But some may go out and be independent at 18 and never come back. But some may go at 28, 26, 25. It varies. I totally understand that part. But to think that an individual doesn't have to contribute to society, isn't that a miserable life to not have any way to contribute positively to the world?
I think it is. I think it is.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of dignity and nobility in labor, right?
Sure.
That's
and
it.
We have been
That's the
given
last
a
treasure
wrong
chest.
picture of labor by capitalism, in fact.
I'm
right?
still
We
one
think of labor as
thing
work,
short.
as toil, as trouble. I mean, this is all through the economics literature, by the way, right? This goes back to Adam Smith, right? It's toil and trouble, man. Man lives by the sweat of his brow, right? This goes back to the Bible, in fact, right? So, these are ideas about labor that says
We're
labor
one
is
monster short.
intrinsically unpleasant.
One infamous foe short.
Now, I don't think that's true.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you say it doesn't have to be, right? I think there's two different versions of that. Okay, there's one version of that which is a kind of capitalist version that says, yeah, look, work doesn't have to be shitty, but it will be if it's low wage. So don't be stuck in a low wage, shitty kind of job, right? That's the kind of capitalist version. The Marxist version says no work is shitty, right? What makes work crappy is the exploitation, the alienation, the low wages, the precarity, the fact that
should
you
be a
never
legendary
know, right?
beast.
Is your wage actually going to even
I've
keep
already
up
been
with the
here.
cost of living, right? Those are the things that make work crappy. It's not the work itself, right? People say, well, who's going to pick up the garbage? This is a funny one to me because people that pick up the garbage, this is
I've cleared all these places.
job, actually, right? Like, sanitation workers have good unions. They tend to have good wages, good benefits. It's a good job, right? Lots of people would be very happy to have a good job as a sanitation worker.
So.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, people always say this to me under socialism, right? Well, who's going to pick up the garbage? I don't, nobody wants to do that, right? I don't think that's true, right? People want to be of service to society as long as they are getting their needs met, right?
Okay. So
there are no unpleasant kinds of jobs, but there are ways of structuring them that make them crappier or make them better, depending on how they're structured.
So then what you're saying is, there are some shitty capitalists, can't debate that. There are some that are very selfish. All they care about is themselves, and they don't treat their employees right. Fine.
Who do you think of when you think of a capitalist like that? I mean, just who springs to mind?
I mean, I'm sure you're going to say Bezos. You're probably going to bring up Bezos, or you're going to bring up probably, I don't know, who you're going to say. Who's the modern day guy you would bring up? Musk, Bezos? I don't know who you would.
Who would you say? I don't know. I mean, those guys definitely get a lot of press.
Because the way I see it is in the following way. I see it as, if you and I are friends, okay? Let's just say you and I are friends. We have opposing beliefs. I got a lot of friends that we have political differences. I got them here. I mean, we have a podcast with a guy. We don't see eye to eye on politics. But say you and I go to dinner together, okay? All right, we go to dinner. I got you. Don't worry about it, Doc. This is on me. What do you want? You want wine? It's on me today. Don't worry. I got the sushi today. Great. We go, I treat you good. We have a good friendship together. I respect you. I respect your 14 and your 11-year-old kid. I respect your family. I see them. Hey, anything I can get you. Anything I can do for you. Great. And you're respectful to me. We're probably going to have a long-term relationship together, friendship together, and we're going to enjoy each other's company. We don't have to agree on everything, but we're going to. But if I treat you shitty, if I betray you, if I disrespect your kids or your family, we're probably not going to be friends for too long because you're not going to put up with it. And I don't think 99.9% of people will put up with it. So what does that mean to me? The market, who is filled with people who make their money and they become arrogant and mistreat people, they're the ones that make others who take care of their employees well, their clients well, they make them look good. So you almost need a little bit of that to get somebody to say, you know what? I gotta tell you, I used to work at John's place, man, he treated me like crap. But man, I love working for Mary. I've been with her for 11 years. Every time I've done well, she's given me a raise. I've gotten a bonus. She's good to my family. I go on vacation. She's given me plenty of, when I had my 2 kids, I had my leave time, I had this, I had that. So I think there is the good end of that, but I think the bad makes the good a win, because like a lot of times on the socialist side or the communist side, the first person they like to target is Bezos, and like Sanders will go after him or AOC will go after him. Look at this guy; he doesn't take care of his people, and he treats them like shit, and all this other stuff. Guess what? I got a person here that's my camera girl. She didn't like working at Amazon. She said, I didn't want to work there. It didn't treat me good. She left. No one's forced to stay there. In communism, you don't have a choice. It's pure force. In capitalism, if you work for a shitty boss or a shitty company, you can leave them to go to a different place. You can do that in capitalism. You cannot do that in communism.
Yeah, but what's your fallback, right? Let's say you don't have the money to leave a job, you know? Let's say you don't have any savings because you're a low-wage worker, right? Sure. Why are you a low-wage worker? Well, you don't have
He
much
says
skill.
all this stuff implying that communism allows that, but it doesn't.
Education wasn't available to you. Acquiring skills wasn't available to you. Now, this is true for a substantial portion. Now, you could say, okay, hustle harder, you guys. Okay, fine. You know, hustling harder is going to work for a few people. Absolutely. You know, and that's great. Capitalism has some social mobility. It is better than the brutal system of feudalism. It's better than the brutal system of slavery that preceded it. Absolutely. And Marxists are, you know, very willing to admit that. You know, like, are we trying to return to the corrupt monarchies of the past? No, fuck them. Fuck the kings, right? Like, are we saying slavery was better? Absolutely not. It's a great thing that humanity has abolished slavery. It's fantastic, right? We celebrate that. We always have, right? But are we going to celebrate a system of exploitation that requires, that needs, and that will always create?
I've already cleared out all these camps,
which is on the edge of subsistence, and
I've cleared out everything. I don't know how I'm missing one
full human beings.
infamous
Because how
foe.
can one, right? When you're almost every waking moment goes to enriching somebody else, right? That's the actual.
I'm also
reality
short
of
one
capitalism.
collection
I mean,
chest.
you know, you could celebrate for me the relatively small number of forward-thinking woke capitalists. They exist. They are out there. You know, there are good employers. There are, you know who gets a lot of press is this guy named Price. You know,
I had him on, by the way. I had him on like 4 months ago.
Okay, well, you know you know him then, right?
Yeah, I had him on.
So pay the workers well, and they'll do well, and yeah, you know, this is enlightened capitalism, right? I say it's a illusion, you know. I say, yeah, there's a few of them, fantastic, right? They make life better than it would be otherwise, but it's still a brutal system. You know, like when I say capitalism doesn't guarantee you a job, that's true, right? And that's not all it doesn't guarantee. It doesn't guarantee you a house, right? So this is why we have over 500,000 homeless people in the United States, right? Capitalism generates poverty. It does not lift people out of poverty. It generates poverty because it concentrates wealth in a few hands. That is its primary mechanism.
I mean,
are there times where societies decide to go against that for whatever reason? Yeah, there are. But they are at constant risk of getting undone. And this is what we're seeing, right? The places that have nationalized healthcare, let's take Britain, for example, their healthcare system is quite beleaguered, right?
Yeah.
Because they underfund it. Why? Because capitalists don't want to pay for it, right? Because it benefits everyone rather than benefiting a select few. Capitalism is all about generating mechanisms that redistribute wealth toward the rich, and then lying to us and telling us that's for the average person. That's not for the average person.
So
Not at all.
Manor Cape,
here's a question
northeast of West
So by the way, Dan
Cape.
Price, do you agree with his philosophy or no? What do you think about him?
Well, he's trying to be a good capitalist employer. I think it's better to be a good capitalist employer than to be a bad capitalist employer, if you ask me.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, the part when I asked him, I said, so at the company, he pays everybody $70,000, and now it's been a different story. I think he had some issues with his brother, lawsuit, family, some things that happened. It wasn't pretty. But I asked him, I said, who owns the company? He said, I own 100%. I said, that means you own a $100 million company. He says, yes. And then he changed his position afterwards. The guy's worth $100 million.
Buys a little more
his
downstairs
people are working for him, but he owns all the equity. So it's not like he's given the shares of the company. So if your position, I applaud you for sticking to your position where you are. But let me go back to so a question. What's more important, living out my purpose and ambitions or living a safe and guaranteed life? What's more important?
I don't know what you can say to that to an individual, right? Like, you know, should you not be allowed to live out your purpose? Of course you should, right? But should somebody starve so that you can do that, right? I mean, see, this is the disconnect.
There's a lock over there.
We need a system that truly frees
Aloha
people
more level 3.
uncover themselves and achieve, right? To be who they can be, to develop their potential, right?
Yep.
But think of the millions of people who are systematically denied that opportunity, right? Because of simple stuff, right? Hunger, you know? At any given moment, okay, there are 850 million hungry people in the world right now, right? And 9 million of them will ultimately starve, right? Each year. That's globally, right? That's an incredible figure, right? There's another 3.5 million people that die from lack of access to clean water. So are you going to tell me that you can achieve your potential in life when you don't even have clean water, right? I mean, what happens when a
None
person
of
doesn't have
this,
clean water?
this is just
They drink dirty water.
blaming
What happens? They
capitalism
get an
for
infection.
stuff, but none of this
I mean,
explains
they're much
how
more likely, not everyone, right? Thank God. But
communism is
you're
going to
much
make
more
sure that
likely to die.
nobody
There's a lot of
starves
ways
when
you can
everybody
die from
starves under
dirty water,
communism.
right? Another million
I
and
don't
a half people
understand.
die just because
He's
they
not
don't
making
get
any
the
arguments. He's
most
just
basic
saying
kind of medical care, right?
it's sad when people are
Vaccine-preventable
poor.
illnesses. So I would say capitalism kills 14 million people each and every year globally.
Man.
That is an unbelievable.
You're reaching
that is a
now.
no. That
Yeah,
is
that's
absolutely due
dumb.
to capitalism.
All right.
No.
So then
Let me make the connection for you if you're interested.
I've seen the video. I've seen the end, but go ahead. Audience hasn't seen it. Go ahead.
All right. So what capitalism does, again, concentrates resources in a few hands, okay? When did this happen? We look at the period from 1870 to 1900, okay? This is when capitalism conquered the world, okay? This took the form of, now some of it had already been conquered at this point, right? India had already been conquered.
No, I don't want to leave.
China, you know, is subjugated, never
I'm
fully
looking for something down
colonized.
here.
1870, 1900 is the scramble for Africa, okay? This is a period of time where a lot of the world's land changes hands, okay? It goes from indigenous control to European control under a few hands. You end up with African countries in which 80% of the land is owned by the colonizers, right? Now people want to tell me that has nothing to do with starvation today. It has everything to do with starvation today. What caused that imperialism? Well, it was caused by the competition among the capitalist powers for resources, for markets, to get access to those commodities and keep out their competition, right? It emerges inexorably from the logic of capitalism. The world that has been created, the world that we see today, is the product of that, right?
So
that structural cruelty is inseparable from the system and will never be undone by capitalism, according to me.
By the way, you know, that part, the only way that kind of cruelty is possible is with the power of government. You cannot do it without the government. You need the help of the government to do that.
Right.
So for me, if that did happen, I guarantee you the government was involved. For example, monopoly.
Of course, the government was involved.
You cannot create a monopoly without the help of a government. It's mathematically impossible to have a monopoly without the help of a government, to have some lobbyists come behind closed doors and help you out. But I want to go a different direction with you on this. So I asked the question at the beginning, what's more important, pursuing my purpose, ambition, or pursuing, you know, what do you call it? Just a guaranteed safe life to make sure everybody else is happy, and everybody else living a safe life becomes more important than my own desires that I have. Let's just say right now, we got a 22-year-old kid that's watching this conversation. You and I are talking. Let's call him John. Okay, let's call him Jose. He's watching this video and he's sitting there saying, okay, doctor's got a degree. He's a PhD. Patrick had a 1.8 GPA in high school. He doesn't have a degree. He doesn't have an 8-year, not an MBA, not a PhD, not a 4-year, not an associate. He just went in the military, came out, went into business, and he's done well for himself in business. Fine. This kid that's watching this has the choice and the capacity to go be the next Bezos and build the next Amazon, hypothetically. And he's in there where he has that kind of drive and intellect to be able to pull it off, right? The 22-year-old Bezos named Jose, okay? If he goes and does this in the next 20 years, Doc, he's going to create 1.3 million jobs, which is roughly what Amazon employs today. They got 1.3 million jobs. That means they created a market 1.3 million jobs. Or he can choose to go out there and become a major loyalist to Marxist and communistic philosophies, going to school, become a professor. and educate people on why capitalism is cruel and it's not the right system.
I opened the door. Where's the
worthier life? The guy that gives 20 years to build an incredible company that creates 1.3 million jobs, or the guy that goes out there and says capitalism sucks and communism is the way to go? Who's making their purpose become a reality?
I think if we're dreaming, I would like to see the Marxist
What
figure
the
be
heck?
more of a revolutionary, actually.
Fine. Let's say he's a revolutionary. Let's say he's the next Stalin. Let's say he's the next Lenin. Let's say he's the next Karl Marx. Do you think the world's a better place if this kid chooses to become the next Karl Marx or the next Jeff Bezos?
Well, we have to distinguish between these figures, these historical figures, right? Because Marx is a theoretician, right? If we say what are the results that Marx generated for people's lives, the answer is zero, right? Marx was never in a position to do any policy.
Get into an irritating
now
part of the
Stalin,
game.
that's a different story, right? Stalin is actually the leader of the Soviet Union, right? So, and he is in a position to have an impact on ordinary people's lives, and he did have an impact on ordinary people's lives, right? So, these are very different figures historically, right? We have to distinguish between a theoretician, right? Somebody who generates theory. Now, theory is good, right?
Let's set them
Theory
aside. Let's
affects
put Marx
our
aside.
understanding of the world, right?
Let's say Bezos against Stalin.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Well, which
I
one
might
improved
be.
more people's lives? You gonna ask me this?
I might be
The answer
done.
is unquestionably Stalin.
You really believe
unquestionably?
You really believe that?
Oh, absolutely. It's not even close. Not even close. Now look, generating 1.3 million jobs is not the unambiguous good that you're making it sound like, right? The question is, what's the nature? The question is, what's the nature of those jobs, right? I could create 1 million internships for you right now. They're
This
unpaid,
is rough.
right?
It's almost
I just
midnight.
create 1 million jobs. Boom.
Paid jobs.
Oh, they do pay jobs.
I might just finish up this game.
Imagine if my internships were also paid. They're just paid at a starvation level of wages, right? Is that a net improvement?
These are not starvation paid jobs, though. You know, when Amazon,
that's not what the Amazon workers say, is it? You know.
Well, no, the people. Listen, the part that you're right is when the complaints come about breaks, and other people have said that, right? But if we have to choose between the two, you're saying without a debate, Stalin would be better for the world than a Bezos.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And the historical record
Do they go in order?
Very clear on that, right?
Wow.
Now look, how long were people living in the Soviet Union under the Tsar, right? The life expectancy in the Soviet Union was about 40 years, right?
Yeah.
So this is an average figure, all right? So what it means is, let's take everybody who died, okay, and just put in their age, okay? You died at 6 months, okay, we'll put in 0.5. If you died at 80, we put in 80, okay? Died at 40, put in 40, all right? The average of all those numbers.
PlayStation exclusive side
that
quest.
is unbelievable,
PlayStation
right? And that
exclusive
shows
side
you
quest.
this is a pretty brutal society, okay?
Dark Mongrel,
So
Death Dark
Stalin
Mongrel.
improved that by about 30 years, right? This is almost a doubling in life expectancy, and this
Is this
occurred
list
in a
in
very
order?
short period of
Killed
time.
millions of people. He killed millions of people.
Let's not deflect, right? Let's just say what happened, right? What happened was
at the cost
massive investment in healthcare, right?
At the cost.
We're talking about training
Death Dark Mongrel.
thousands and thousands of doctors, building hospitals.
Dark Mongrel. Okay, so this list is in order.
Did that save
PlayStation
lives?
exclusive
At the
Mongrel.
cost of millions of people, though.
Well, let's get to the cost in a moment. Right?
Found
We're just on the
randomly in
positive
Forbidden
side of the
Forest.
ledger right
Yeah.
now.
Not listed under
Did that
enemy
save lives is the question.
collections.
And the answer is there is no question that
Whoever
saved lives.
controls
And we're
the
talking
debate-
about lives on a grand scale. Okay, so this is a nation of about 160 million people. Okay,
Yeah.
so when we say that life expectancy on average increased by about 3 decades, how many years of human life are we talking about, right? We're talking about hundreds of millions. That is absolutely astonishing, okay? Now, people say, oh, maybe the Tsar could have done that. Yeah, maybe, but the Tsar
Dark
didn't
Mongrel.
do that, right?
Death
There
Dark
is, in
Mongrel.
fact,
Why
no
is
capitalist
Mongrel
nation
not on
that has
my?
seen that
I've
kind of
killed
increase
tons of
in that span of
Mongrels.
time. No capitalist nation.
The heck?
So did people's lives get better? Yes, it's unequivocal. Now, if we want to get into, okay, Stalin killed millions, that's a detailed argument. Let's get into it though, right? Let's get into it. Because now we're on the negative side, right? So we've established the pro. What's the cost to all this, right?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, so let's deal with the charges. Okay, the biggest charge against Stalin is that Stalin intentionally caused a famine in the Ukraine in 1932. Okay,
The
so
dragon.
this is called the Holodomor thesis, right? And this has been propagated, since about the 1930s. So since about the time that it happened, not shortly after, right? And the story was originally created by Hearst, right? William Randolph Hearst. Hearst sent this guy named Thomas Walker, okay, to the Soviet Union
Ancient
to
magic
go
on
and
only
observe,
34
right? But Walker never went to the Ukraine, right? We know this, right? Because we have his train tickets and stuff, right? He never went to the Ukraine, came back and told a story which Hearst was very willing to print, right? And then they used pictures that were from the Volga famine, they were from the Bengal famine. I mean, they used a bunch of misleading pictures, right? And tried to cook up this narrative that said the Soviets intentionally starved Ukraine. This argument never had any logic behind it. What the Soviets wanted to do was rapidly industrialize, and they knew they had to increase agricultural productivity. There is no logical basis for any Soviet official anywhere ever wanting to damage agricultural productivity. Their entire focus was increasing it, right?
Oh,
So
no, this
you would
sucks,
have to
man.
convince me, right? Okay, that's the logic. Well, maybe somebody went bad. Maybe somebody, show me the order then. All right. Here's the order. Okay, punish Ukraine, starve them, right? Well, of course, there's no order, right? In fact, what we find is the opposite, right? When the famine began, the Soviets shipped them grain. They said, drain the grain reserves, right? Ship them the grain right away. Oh, we happen to be exporting grain so that we can get foreign exchange to industrialize. Slash that.
I gotta
right?
hit a
That's
Mongol
what they
with
did.
ancient magic.
There's never been any kind of good argument that said the Soviets intentionally, or let alone Stalin, intentionally starved people. That is, in fact, the truth is the opposite. The Soviets ended the problem of famine, which had a long history in Russia.
You've got to be kidding
Let
me.
me ask you a question. Have you ever been to Russia?
I haven't.
Why not?
I would love to go. I haven't been able to travel the world because of.
You make pretty good money. You can go. You're a good-looking guy. You look like you could be Russian. Why haven't you gone to Russia yet?
Oh, I didn't realize that they distributed airline tickets on the basis of your appearance. I should have I should have asked that. You think I'm good looking enough to be able to go to Russia?
PhD professor salary, you make pretty good money. But
I would love to go. You know how it is when you have a family and you have kids and you have a house and where you know.
If I love the country as much as you love Russia, shit, I'd go live there. I don't know why you don't live there. But honestly, let me ask you this.
Russia is not currently a socialist country, though. You understand that.
Let me ask you a question, though. Would you rather live in a
But you'll see
capitalistic
the
country or a communistic country?
You'll see the residual effect of it.
I don't like this question because I feel like it presupposes that the world works like this. You just move wherever in the world makes you the most happy. I don't think that's how the world works. Do you?
I do. Yes, I do.
For the rich, perhaps.
Not for the rich. No. For those who want freedom and they want to avoid force. Shit, I didn't come to America to be rich. My dad was a cashier at a 99-cent store. We lived in Germany at a refugee camp for 2 years. We escaped Iran 6 weeks after Khomeini died. I lived in Tehran, Iran for 10 years. After Jimmy Carter pushed out the Shah, saying the fact that Khomeini was going to give everybody free housing, free food, free rice, free phones, free TV, he came and he killed 500,000 people's lives. I mean, it was a treacherous type of an environment. My mother's family escaped Armenia and Russia and Baku to come to Iran because of what Lenin, Stalin, communism did to many of these guys. They escaped this. This is life. So for you to say people come only for money, no, man, we came here because I can tell somebody, my mom, I was an atheist for 25 years. I don't believe in God for 25 years because the stuff I saw, it's very hard to believe in a God. If a God really exists, why the hell would he make this kind of stuff happen? But we couldn't tell people we were Christians. I couldn't tell people that stuff in Iran. My mother couldn't go out there and have the kind of career that men have here. You couldn't do that. Women were forced to be able to marry a man that's 40 years their age at 8 years old, 13 years old. That's not cool to do that. So
Oh,
when you say why
man.
people leave, it's just for money. No, people go to places because that country's
Traits can be
values and
found in
principles
collection
match theirs.
chests
I
at
didn't come
bandit
to
camps
America
throughout the
because I wanted
Highlands.
handouts.
It means I missed one bandit camp.
Come to America to be a billionaire.
I don't know where it is.
We came here because I just wanted to be able to say, hey, Doc, what? I disagree with you. Cool. I disagree with you. Screw you. Screw you. Cool.
I can't
Can
find
we
a
have dinner?
12th
Yeah,
infamous
awesome.
foe.
I can't do that in Iran. I can't do that in the communistic regions. I can't do that in China. I got a zip in China.
Now, hold on a minute. I'm not celebrating Iran here, right? And nor am I saying that you guys
Iran.
left because of money or whatever. I said
Iran. You're
I said that the rich have the option to go wherever in the world they'd like to go.
We weren't rich, though. We weren't rich. We were very poor.
Right.
We were very poor.
And no doubt you guys suffered in the way that refugees suffer.
Painfully.
It's not easy to move to another country. I mean, I think anybody knows this, right? Unless you're very rich, in which case it's easy.
We were not rich. We were not. I've never lived in a house before. Listen, I never lived in a house. I lived in a 2-bedroom apartment complex with my mom and dad, and my dad left at 5 a.m., came at 9 p.m. We had a very rough life. I don't like sympathy. I don't like that kind of stuff because I don't want you to feel bad for me. I'm a very happy man, lucky man. All I'm saying to you is none of your values and principles that you admire are any of those that America stands for. How could you live in a country that doesn't match any of your values and principles?
I think those are American values. And here's why. Okay.
No,
if I go, I could talk in front of a giant stadium full of Republicans. And you know what I'd say to them?
What's that?
I'd say, how many of you guys have jobs? Yes, we have jobs, right? I say, how many of you are proud of the work that you do, right? Yes, right? How many of you do you think everybody should have a job? Everybody who wants to work should have a job. Is there anything more American than working hard and being proud of what you do?
This guy has not said anything.
I think we'd all be on the same page. Well, those are the values in the United States. Those are the values of Marxism, right? Yeah, I mean, and yet we have this dream in the United States that if we get rich enough and if we succeed, then we can do what? Stop working, right? I mean, when you win the lottery, oh, look, and now I'm going to kick back and go in a hammock and do nothing, right? That's kind of our fantasy.
Let me ask you a question. How hard was it to get a PhD? How hard was it to get a PhD?
It was hard. It was perhaps the most difficult thing that I did in my young life.
You know what happens when I see a guy that got a PhD? Like, let me tell you how I view a PhD person. I see somebody with a PhD, I admire them. I see somebody with a PhD and I say, this guy must have freaking put shitload of hours into reading and studying and improving. Probably had to say no to a lot of parties. He probably partied a little bit, but I think he had to say no to a lot of them. He probably had to say no to a lot of events. He probably had a lot of Friday nights and Saturdays and Sundays while everybody else was going kicking back. He probably stayed and studied. It ain't easy to get a PhD. So here's the question. Now, you and I go to school together. I go to college with you. We're let's just say we're roommates. And I say, hey, bro, what's that? Let's go get hammered tonight. No, dude, I'm going to study for this test that's coming up. Screw it. Caroline's coming. Mary's coming. Let's go. You get together with Caroline. I'm going to get together with Mary.
We're going to get all the landing pads.
Dude, I'd love to, but I got to freaking.
Who's the wingman here? Am I the wingman?
I think you would. I think I'm a historically good wingman, but I think you would also be a good wingman. But all right. The point I'm trying to make to you is you busted your ass to get your PhD. How about the guy that partied instead of wanting to bust his ass? We need to take care of him. He could have had the same hours to put into it. That's my biggest concern.
Yeah. I can give a very clear answer to this. Yes, everyone should have a decent life, just by virtue of being alive and being human, right? That means everyone should have food, clothing, shelter. They should have a job.
What if I'm an F up? What if
Some people are, unfortunately, right? Some people are.
Do drugs all day. What if
Everyone should have a decent life. That should be our minimal understanding, right? Just like we have a very broadly shared understanding right now, right? Which is
everyone should have
no one should be enslaved.
Life.
You know, I mean, ask 1,000 people. You get 1,000 people who will agree with that statement. Should people be enslaved? No, they should not, right? Why not? Is it because slavery is not profitable? No, slavery is incredibly profitable, right? For the slave master.
Of course, communists know that. Communism is pure slavery. I mean, that's the system is.
Well, no, now we're just mixing up terms, right?
Communism is purely slavery.
If you ask 1,000 workers under capitalism, right? Even in the United States, just ask everyone. Do you think everybody should have a job?
Do you realize right now?
I think you're going to get pretty strong agreement on that.
David is sitting right here.
What a perfect day to boost your FICO score with your rent.
Mine went up, I'm happy to say.
And it's thanks to Experian.
The ability to be individuals. We have the free.
Download the Experian app.
Here's a camera guy, okay? Yeah. And he runs production. If David right now comes and tells me, screw you, Patrick, you're the worst boss ever.
Sorry, I haven't looked at chat.
What can I do to him?
I hit the firm.
David, I don't want you to get you fired here.
What I'm trying to tell you is, what can I honestly do to David? What can I do to you? Nothing. He gets up and walks out. If in a communistic regime, he comes and puts his finger at the boss and says, screw you, where the hell are you going? What's going to happen to this guy? Poor guy may go missing. We may not find him. By the way, let's just say David works for me and he goes on.
Well, we don't find that historically, though. We don't find that. That's not
I
true.
mean, just 40 million people got killed. It's not that many people. Let's just not, it's just.
Yeah, but that's not a true number, though.
It's probably 60 million. You're right. It's more like 60 million. It's a bigger number.
No, neither of those numbers are accurate.
You know what I appreciate about you is the following. Here's what I appreciate about you is you have your own thoughts on believing the data that a Stalin's regime would give you to say that's the data on how things got better. For somebody that is an intellect like you, who's read way more books than I have and knows history probably a lot more than I do, that's the world you're in. That's the sport you're playing, right? That's why I'm interviewing you and I have you on to get your perspective on it.
Sure. But let me ask you this. Yeah. Does not every government have similar motivations to lie about the numbers? I mean, doesn't the United States have similar motivations to make itself look good by lying about the numbers?
But the only difference we have here's the only difference.
Remember who charged this? Trump did. When Trump was running and he made a lot of hay out of this, he said, the official unemployment rate is nonsense. The unemployment rate is actually way higher.
I remember that. But guess what?
Yeah.
You know what we have? Here's what we have. You just validated my point I was about to make to you. Here's the point I'm going to make to you is, okay, China, Xi Jinping, right? They say, yeah, COVID came and it left and we're freaking partying our asses up. Well, it's no big deal. We're good. The economy is growing. We're blowing up. People are so happy to be in China. They just love it here. It's a fantastic world. But I tell you, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, you're not welcome in China. And if somebody posts a video on any of those platforms, let me tell you, we're coming after you. Why? Jack Ma gets up there and gives a speech, an anti-government speech by this much. He goes missing for 90 days. How the hell does a guy worth $60 billion that created a bunch of jobs disappear? Their Elon Musk disappeared. Their Bezos disappeared just because they made a comment against the government. Moral of the story is the following. You can get up today and talk shit about Biden. You got a job at
Is that
Fox
an
News and
astrology tower and
talk shit about Trump? You definitely have a job at MSNBC. Try getting up there and talk shit about Xi Jinping in China. You have a job at the cemetery and it's 6 feet under. You cannot talk shit over there or in Russia. You don't have that.
That's not true at all, though. That's not true.
Fantastic. So why don't they believe in freedom of speech? Why don't we have Facebook, YouTube, Twitter over there? Why can't we see what's going on? Why don't they go Facebook Live so we can see what's going on in China?
Well, you have to understand the history of China, right? China is a long established civilization that was very severely humiliated and basically colonized, right? Not exactly, but basically, right? The Britain had its way with China. It did
97. We just went up to 97 with that.
But it shaved off the part that it wanted, right? Hong Kong, the port part, right? And it got the policies that it wanted that came out of the Opium Wars. It subjugated China, right? So, and this caused, I mean,
8 more to go. Probably do this and then I'll be done.
Defeats and humiliations in the early 20th century, right? That led to, the downfall of the Qing dynasty and the warlord period and Chinese nationalism
and
ultimately communism.
South.
This is China just saying to the capitalist powers of the world, it's just saying,
I also need all the Revelio pages.
You are not going to run our country.
That's going to be a whole day's project.
Now, that's a very important moment, right? Now, does the capitalist world say,
I'm going to get the ultimate achievement.
Thanks, have a great day, right? No, they do not, right? They say,
I could go beat the main story
down by any means necessary.
and then just keep playing.
We're going to bring you down through infiltration. We will bring you down through planting people inside your government. We will bring you down through outside media. We will create an entire organization called Radio Free Asia, right? Just designed to spread lies and propaganda, right? So does China ban as many of these things as they can? Yeah. And should they? Absolutely, they should, right? Would the United States do that? Would the United States ban things like that? If there was a massive, hugely funded Chinese effort to spread propaganda in the United States,
TikTok,
would the U.S. ban it?
No, TikTok and Zoom. What else you want to say? TikTok, Zoom. Go to the sites. We have access. I can go to China's YouTube website. They can't go on mine.
Do you think that, I don't know how familiar you are with Radio Free Asia. Radio Free Asia is a completely propaganda outfit. It is funded by the State Department, okay? Do you think that TikTok is equivalent to Radio Free Asia as a propaganda mechanism, or do you not know enough about these things to say, or do you have a sense?
I have a sense of the fact that in China, you don't have freedom of speech like we got in America. In America, if you disagree with Trump, you can go out there and talk about it. You cannot do that in China. You cannot do that in the USSR that you love. You can't do that under Stalin. You say one?
No, there's plenty of criticism of Xi Jinping. There's plenty of criticism of the Communist Party.
You think during a Stalin era, I can say
this guy is disingenuous or he's dumb
we can't
or
be that naive.
He's naive. You cannot organize to bring down the state.
Not organize to bring the state.
You're going to have a problem.
What if I just start to behind closed doors campaign and I say, hey, I want to run as an opposition against you and I want to run as a Democrat? You can't do that.
Their red line is, look, you can run against anybody as long as it's in the Communist Party, right? Why is that? Well, because there's a long history of capitalist powers funding oppositional candidates, right? Trying to bring down the system, again, through a million different means. If you study the history of U.S. imperialism and U.S. intervention, you will find an unbelievably long list of dirty tricks, right? These dirty tricks have been used everywhere to bring down governments that are democratically elected, right?
I'm never going to defend like the Taliban against the Afghanistan war. Okay, listen, if you go out there and get involved in everyone's business, and then you all of a sudden want to step away, I'm sorry, America, but you're going to create a lot of enemies. And America's created a lot of enemies. War, involvement, a lot of different business. You and I are probably going to agree on that part because some of this stuff, when I was in Iran and they hated U.S., and they would scream "Matic bat America," like death upon America. Yeah, They don't like the westernized philosophy. But what I'm saying to you is all of those tactics fair, yes. But dude, in America, you and I can get up and talk. In America, you can be a professor at Riverside, City College, and you're a full-on communist.
Communist, right?
You are a full-blown communist.
But do you know how many people are surprised by that? I mean, take a guess at how many have called for my job publicly out of those Stalin remarks, right? Like how powerful
Let's
a
hang.
person do you think it
Cheers.
would take
Cheers.
to get me fired?
I don't think you would get fired.
Well, thank you. And I sincerely hope that you're right. In fact, I'm staking my livelihood on that.
No,
right?
I don't think you would get fired. Here's why you wouldn't.
Do you think a congressperson could get me fired? Do you think a senator who might get involved?
Let me ask you a question. Dude, come on.
I used to work at a different university, the University of Southern Maine, and their president fired 100 out of 400 tenured faculty members, some of them right near retirement. No. Can that happen? Absolutely.
Of course. I mean, listen, if the president of the United States is silenced by Twitter, you could get fired. So, if the president could get fired, you can definitely get fired. But the left has a monopoly in education. They 13-for-1 professors lean.
Yeah, he's bullshit. Right. So they encourage communist teachers.
In the world you're in. All I'm saying from my end,
I'm sure he got boosted.
Why do I have you on? This is a pro-entrepreneurship, pro-capitalism YouTube channel. Why do I have you on? Like other channels wouldn't have you on. Why do I have you on? Do you know these are my favorite conversations?
I think you like good conversations with people who are going to push back a little bit because that's what creates fire in terms of the discourse, right?
But you know what it is also for me is
as long as you're respectful.
Oh, no, this guy let me talk to him.
You know who wins in this conversation? Who do you think won today?
The viewers win.
That's right.
The viewers get to decide.
That's what I want to do. The audience is going to go walk away and say, listen, I agree with what he said in this side, and I agree with you, Pat, what you said on the following side. So look, I've really enjoyed this. I can go a couple different things here, but I'll give you any final positions you want to take yourself. I mean, one of the things I wouldn't mind reading, because we haven't yet, we can wrap up with this. a little bit of China. We got 14 more minutes and then we'll wrap up. Is Mao. Okay, you said a couple things about Mao.
There's Mao.
Okay, I'd like to get your take on Mao. So you said you tweeted support for Chinese dictator Mao, describing him as one of the greatest revolutionary leaders of all time. Why don't you unpack it? Because you had good things to say about him. You called him the greatest revolutionary leaders of all time. That meaning
I don't know. This guy might be lying. He might just be trying to be edgy.
Well, yeah, Mao is an incredibly important figure, in terms of China, but also in terms of the history of Marxism and communism. What we have here, if we look at the long historical frame, right, we look at the last 150 years, okay, so since, the development of kind of modern Marxism, the Communist Manifesto, et cetera, right? This is about 170 years old or so, okay? Now, at the time, there's no socialist countries at all, right? We look at 1848, Europe is emerging out of feudalism and is making a kind of the final transition away from the feudal aristocracy and toward, liberal bourgeois kind of democracies and so forth, right? So socialism at the time is highly theoretical, that's why you have this relatively long document, right? The Communist Manifesto, and it has to say, like,
it's not that
here's
long.
What we mean by it, because the
it's
term
like 50
is being
pages
used by lots and lots of people, right? Here's what we mean by it, okay? But by the time we get to like 1949, the time of the Chinese Revolution, we're in a very different situation, right? Now we've had successful socialist revolutions. So Mao can study these, right? That the Chinese Communist Party can study this and say, what did we think has worked and what hasn't worked, right? Now, they are a little bit off the map in terms of, Marx had predicted that the contradictions of capitalism would cause workers to get together and say, hey, we have some similar interests here, right? I mean, we're all working for a wage and our employers would like to pay us less. They'd like us to work harder. They'd like us to work longer.
Is that bandit camp not beaten yet?
Our interest is overturning this system, right? Our interest is, look, the wealth that we produce.
That's a bandit camp that hasn't been done yet.
That's that's the prediction. And so Marxists thought that the revolution would occur in the most developed capitalist countries.
Let's go.
What a surprise it was to find that wasn't true, right? They occurred in the least developed, like the least. I mean, Russia's the least developed capitalist country, capitalist/feudal country in Europe. China has very little capitalism in 1949, right? It has a little bit in the cities, but is, again, mostly an agrarian country. So Mao works with this, right? Mao works with the peasantry, lives with the peasants for 20 years, right, during a long march, and wins them over. I mean, that is remarkable, right? To see a leader that emerges from constant contact with the poorest people in the society, right? Now, these are people who were exhausted by warfare, right? Because they had the warlord period, they had internal fighting for decades and decades and decades. And so their peasants are familiar at the time with what do armies do when they come through. Here's what they do. They steal your food, they rape your daughter, and they do whatever the hell they want, right? I mean, like, do they make your lives better in any way, right? No, they don't, The only thing that you can say that they do positively is they're fighting against another power that's trying to take you over, right? So, and this is the time when Mao and the communists really start to become popular, right? They're fighting this war against this, the Kuomintang, right? It's when the Japanese.
I can't believe this dude's allowed to teach at a school.
That the differences between these two different armies, right? So we have the KMT and we have the Red Army. But Mao insists on a different kind of conduct for his soldiers, right? He says, you have to pay for what you take, right? We have to treat people much differently than any army has ever treated people, because these are the people that we need to convince, right? We can't just take their stuff and, we have to be different than that. And he does this, right? He gains massive, widespread. The Red Army goes from having something like 40,000 troops to having 4 million, right? And that shows its unbelievable popularity, right? Because so not only does he treat people ethically, right? And he's in a position of power. I mean, even if you have 40,000, an army of 40,000, that's small relative to the KMT, but that's still a lot more power than any peasant has, right? So you can do whatever the fuck you want in that situation, right? But did Mao? No, right? Mao treated people very, very fairly because he saw it as like, these are the people that we're actually fighting for, you know? Now, does every leader do that? No, not at all, right? Most guerrilla fighters are incredibly unethical, you know, like they mostly do whatever the hell they want, right? Now, then we could say, what did Mao do when he was in power?
There's no trouble.
What Mao did when he was in power is very similar to Stalin, right? He said, we need to get the entire country organized. The state is going to be the major employer, but we're going to do something that's never been done in China, which is we're going to make sure that everyone has the basics, okay? In China, this is called the iron rice bowl, right? It's a bundle of guaranteed consumption goods, okay? That never, ever existed at any time in Chinese history, right? So
is Year One a good movie?
And, you know, this is
it was pretty good.
The first things that are done, right? Even while the economy is still emerging from the wreckage of, you know, tens of millions of people died in the fighting, in the invasion of the Japanese and so on, right? Mao immediately turns toward improving the lives of the very poorest, right? These are things that I certainly admire, and I think anybody should admire, right? I mean, like, if you care about the fate of the poor, the fate of those who are the least advantaged in a society, well, this is a leader who put their needs very much.
This guy is retarded.
You know, near the top, right? Now, I'm not going to say at the absolute top, right? Because every leader has the same challenge, which is how do you keep power in a world of hostile nations? Do they want to eat your lunch? Do they want to depose you? Absolutely, they do. Do they have more power than you? Yeah, they do, right? We can see this. You know, the United States supported the KMT for decades after they fled to Taiwan. They said, well, that's the legitimate government of China, right? So, you know, we're not dealing with an equal kind of playing field here where the capitalist powers say, oh, yes, well, whoever ends up running the country is fine.
Straight up to my right.
Not at all, right? We are dealing with a war, right? That war is the working class versus the bourgeoisie.
So, you know, it's interesting. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, this guy's never written a book. One, you should write a book because communists would love to.
The bourgeoisie
I hear that
is.
from people, actually, but thank you for saying that. Very nice.
You sound so devout to them, like you're such a true believer. At least when I spoke to Slavoj Žižek, he had some
proletariat versus the bourgeoisie.
He was questioning certain areas of
leaves the rich to get richer.
The results said he's more skeptical today than he was before. I talked to Richard Wolff. He's more a socialist. He's not a full-blown communist at your level. He's a little bit different than you.
Is this a bandit
some
camp?
Similarities. You know, I just pulled up something right now. I typed the most evil dictators of all time. Okay, number one is Mao, 49 to 78 million deaths. Number two is Stalin, 23 million deaths. That's what this site says. Now, give or take, you know, is what it is. I'm curious, just purely out of curiosity, what do you think about Hitler?
Well, Hitler is a fascist monster, you know, somebody who committed genocide, somebody who is a would-be imperialist.
Yeah.
Hitler did not focus his imperialism on
national
Africa,
socialist,
as the other capitalist
far
powers
left
did
national
in the late
socialist.
1800s. He focused his imperialism on
very much
Russia,
left
right? I mean,
wing.
The drive was to go east to give the German people living room.
Just shy of a communist.
Right? I mean, that was the German phrase. Now, they did that under the understanding that the Slavs and the Russian people were subhuman, you know? Now, they had a little bit of a problem ideologically because, you know, they had a white supremacist ideology and they did recognize that the Slavs and the Russians
this guy's an idiot.
At least some of them were white.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't care if he went to college.
They used this very old kind of
I don't care.
idea.
I need to
said
go
that the
right.
Slavs had black bones. And I mean, it was this just utter bullshit. Right?
It's directly to my right.
What you have here is you have fascist nationalism, which seeks to conquer territory based on racist ideology, right? Now, I think that that's pretty well established by history, right? The result of that is that tens of millions of people died, okay? That's unequivocal. Now, people like to draw equivalencies between, anti-communists do, between Hitler and Stalin. There are no equivalencies, right? None of the things that I mentioned apply in the
slightest
to the Soviet Union,
nope,
to
he's
any
wrong.
socialist country.
There's a lot of
they don't apply to China. saying Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, and then saying something after that just advertises your ignorance.
Right? He was a National Socialist.
There's no point in saying
he's just shy of communism.
At this point.
You crack me up. I do. Just
now, in terms of
Come to TurboTax and don't do your taxes. Meet with an expert who will do them for you, so you can do.
I don't know where this stupid landing pad is.
Of Zizek, doubt makes a good philosopher.
Yeah.
And Zizek's a great philosopher. So, is it appropriate? Yes. Right. And Richard Wolff, look, he's my mentor. I love him. We have some maybe differences of opinion, but I think we just have a different style is more like it. I think the differences of opinion are minor, actually. But we have different areas of emphasis, let's say, right?
There's a circle.
I have a style that's a
grass,
lot more unequivocal.
And there's some trees.
Because I'm acting as more of a kind of ideological warrior, than I am as a kind of academic and let me weigh each side and right? I do that in my written work, but I'm here as a popular figure, not as a not as a scholar.
For what it's worth.
Square of grass.
I thought you were going to be a lot more antagonistic than you were.
Building.
I thought you were going to be a lot more.
It's somewhere right around this building.
From a place of this thing was going to get zero to pissed off. I did an interview with what's his name? What is his name? Lucian Truscott. I don't know if you've ever seen it or not. If you're not, if you want to entertain yourself, he's the great grandson of Thomas Jefferson, who wanted the statue to be removed. If you want to be entertained, just watch the first minute. You'll crack up. It's a 27-minute interview. I'm going to do a quick speed round with you. I'll give you a name. Tell me one word that comes to mind, and then we'll wrap it up. Any word that comes to mind. Or you can say skip with any name. So, Churchill.
What's the word that comes to mind with Churchill? I mean, I think of Churchill with the Bengal famine, really, and if we want to look at a leader who intentionally starved people, I think that's who we're looking for. We're not looking at Stalin or Mao. We're looking at Churchill.
Wow.
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders, I like Bernie. He seems like a figure of
course you do.
Of integrity.
Wow.
Although I think he's burning a lot of clout right now because embracing the Biden administration and going towards incrementalism. Started off saying Medicare for all, and now is saying lower the eligibility age. This is the kind of thing where what I had always said about Bernie is Bernie's the furthest right that I'm willing to go.
Wow. Okay. Fair.
I consider him to be a right-wing leftist.
Bernie's
he's not saying, let's expropriate the rich. He's not saying that, right? Yeah. He's not saying let's end capitalism. He's saying, we can tinker with it and make it work better. I don't believe in that.
Would you say the furthest right-wing or the furthest socialist? You know what I mean? Like furthest socialist right-wing.
Bernie is a social democrat, right? He's somebody who favors a reformed capitalism that has higher wages and more benefits or whatever, right? I consider that to be a good result, but I think the only way you're going to get to that is through socialism, basically. That's what
I got to get these done and go soon.
How about AOC?
AOC, I think, it's a figure that a lot of us had high hopes for, and it's exciting and whatever to see a socialist. But this is somebody who is, first of all, became way more famous than their power, merited, right? Like AOC as a freshman congressperson, basically no power. Your power as a congressperson depends on what coalitions can you build, what committees are you on, and so forth, right?
Okay, there's should be one right around me somewhere.
But it was just catapulted to fame because she's young and a socialist and whatever. Fox News really made her famous.
10. So 11
and then
would
becomes,
be.
This is the lion of the left. But leftists look at her and be like, what has she actually done?
Over here.
What policies has she done that actually improve people's lives? And the record there is non-existent. So, I like AOC. She seemed like a good person, whatever. But
wow, this guy's
it's
delusional.
Like you throw a handful of sand at an oncoming tidal wave. You're not really going to change the result there.
Elizabeth Warren.
Well, Elizabeth Warren, I put in a very different position. Elizabeth Warren is a very opportunistic politician, in my view. Somebody who, Bernie's out there campaigning in 2016, talking about Medicare for all, talking about the $15 minimum wage, talking about everyone should have a job.
13 will be back
What's
over
Elizabeth
this
Warren
way.
doing? Deafening silence, right? Then endorses Clinton.
Show me on a hippogriff.
Then
Is the
comes and
hippogriff
adopts
faster?
that program without a word. Like, what the hell's that into 2020 campaign? I mean, and the entire Democratic field adopts all of Bernie's proposals. Why don't, if you guys support the proposals, then you should be supporting Bernie, right? But none of these people did that. I just think it's opportunistic, and it's a lot of my colleagues in academia, love Elizabeth Warren, and so maybe I will end some friendships by speaking ill of her. But at this point, I think probably nobody cares. I just think it tells you whether you really support a program, though.
13,
like, do you support it rain or shine, or just shine?
I don't think she's a true believer. I think, like you said, she's an opportunistic. That makes sense. How about Fidel Castro?
Well, Fidel Castro is an interesting one because
he's going to say
Castro started off as a revolutionary, as a nationalist revolutionary, not as a socialist, interestingly enough, right? So Fidel embraces socialism later, right? He's just sort of, it's on the fence for a little while, right? It's kind of the US's response that pushes Fidel to socialism. But once he does that, he very much embraces it, right? So, one of the first things that I just wrote about this for a new publication called The International. If people are interested, you can Google that. I wrote about the economic achievements of Cuba. One of the first things that they do, they expropriate the land, right? So like I mentioned, in Cuba, similar to lots of places in Africa and so forth, you had most of the land being owned by a very small landowning class. The Castro and the revolution, they said, look, we're not going to do that anymore.
Northeast.
We're going to turn the land over to the peasants. It then became state property. The state section went to about 80% of the land. They also had individual peasants also owning their land individually. So they had a kind of mixed system. But in general, I think I'm very favorably inclined towards Castro, and the revolution there also generated very good results.
What are you talking about, Dean?
I got two other names for you. Noam Chomsky.
Noam Chomsky, big figure on the left. Not someone I've ever really been a fan of, just because I don't see him as having a very good answer to like the question of what should be done.
South.
Noam Chomsky is someone who has good critiques. Like he critiques his critiques of the media are very solid.
I've got
right?
this
critiques
of
imperialism, good, right? He knows a lot about
I've got
the history of U.S. imperialism, and that's very good.
7 more.
But does he have a very good vision of what should be done? You said, hey, Noam Chomsky, you can write your ticket. What would it look like? I don't think so. He doesn't have he just doesn't have. So that only takes you so far. As a critic, you need to have a positive vision of your own.
And last but not least, our current president, your president, my president, Joe Biden.
Well, Joe Biden is just the next iteration of Reagan. Like we've had a Reagan government since Reagan.
This guy's trolling.
That's what we've had.
This guy's trolling.
Clinton. The masterpiece of Clinton is that he rebranded
so
the
14
Democrats.
is right on the bridge.
He said, "We're Eisenhower Republicans now." I mean, this is literally what he said, right? So, Clinton.
I think I've got
and the Democrats since Clinton have been very much in that vein. The Republicans have gone in a very different direction, right? The Republicans have gone toward a kind of, nationalist and fascist kind of direction.
There's one on the roof.
The Democrats are the ones now saying we are the technocrats, and we are the ones that will, tinker with the capitalism and make it work better and whatever.
There's 14.
I personally don't believe in that. I think that's the kind of Keynesian vision again, right? But they also do this with a very aggressive militarism. The U.S. military machine costs about $1.25 trillion a year once you add everything up. That's a stunning amount of wealth to spend on killing people.
I got to tell you, I enjoyed having you on. Appreciate you for answering questions and working and going back and forth. This was a blast. Like I said earlier, I enjoy doing these things. We're going to put the link to both your YouTube channel. There's a video. I think there's 10 criticism you give of capitalism. I don't know what the title is. We'll put the link to your YouTube channel below if somebody wants to watch it. We're going to put the link to your Twitter as well below. If anybody wants to go send a tweet at him and I would love to hear what you took away from today's interview. Having said that, Doc, appreciate your time. It's been good having you on.
Thank you so much. And I'd love to come back. So if you want to have me back on the show, let's have dinner sometime. I am paying.
No, you're not. I will take you up on that offer, and I definitely look forward to it. Appreciate you. We'll definitely have you back on.
It's right in
All right.
Thanks, buddy.
Care,
Take care. Bye-bye. So when's the last time you saw a
way.
communist and a capitalist sit down together, have a good conversation? At the end, one of them says, hey, I'd love to take you out to dinner, especially the communists. We made history today. Anyways, it was a great conversation. Curious what you took away about what he had to say. He made a lot of strange comments. Again, if you're watching this, Doc, a lot of strange comments were made. What'd you take away from it? Comment below. If you enjoyed it, put a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do so. I got 2 other videos I want you to watch. One of them is with me and Richard Wolff. If you've never watched it, he's a #1 socialist professor in America, according to Forbes. Click over here to watch it. And the other one is an interview I told, a satire about is Lucian Truscott. Well, within a minute, he got pretty upset. If you haven't seen this one, you want to be entertained, go watch my interview here. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Nice. We found the last astrology table. Perfect.
Wherever you live, work, or play, you can be Thermwise.
I've already done
We're
this
helping
one.
families and businesses all over Utah conserve energy and save money. And we can help you too. Start with a home energy plan at thermwise.com.
Robin Hood's merry band of men. He was taking money from the rich and giving it to the poor. That was his specialty.
Was it really the rich he was taking money from, or was he taking money from the government who was taxing people too much?
Our economic systems
Have I already
are set
done
up
this
like
one?
that to make a minority rich and a majority poor.
But if 500,000 people in America can make $1 million, don't you think 1 million people can make $1 million?
I think I've already did that one.
You don't believe that?
No, not for 1 minute. There's a reason that Bezos is the richest man in the world and the Walmart family is the richest
one
in the
right-
world.
Amazon doesn't have
There's
competition.
one right around
Tell me
here.
one thing that's overpriced on Amazon.
They want profit because that's their reward. I get that. You want to paint me as an advocate of the government. I'm not.
There it is.
God, man, because we're on the same page there. Who's against rich people? Bernie? I'll freaking vote for this guy.
Suppose we had, here it comes, a different economic arrangement. You know
4
who
more to
writes
go.
the laws in this country. It's the lobbyists. Blaming the government is an American pastime. It's more popular than baseball.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so close I could taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me. Yeah.
You must have sap running through you. Stop right there.
Find something to watch. Equatorial mounts wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Whoa, that looked like a ball set.
Hello everybody, today we're going to be telling the story of when angels fell from heaven, God created humanity, and the Garden of
This
Eden
is Windy
itself,
Goon.
all told from Satan's perspective in Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost was written by John Milton in 1667. Milton was a Protestant leader who wrote Paradise Lost while he was in hiding from King Charles II. The work follows the structure of epic poems from old, such as the works of Homer or Dante. However, Paradise Lost is set apart from those other examples for 2 main reasons. For one, it was one of the first, and to this day one of the most
16.
prominent poems to ever be written in English. And 2, as you could probably tell at this point, it's very Christian. While works similar to this may have Christian elements, or at least incorporate ideas from other religions, such as the Divine Comedy, Paradise Lost is distinctly told through characters from biblical history. And while I've covered works similar to this and absolutely love the Divine Comedy, Paradise Lost really got to me, as you'll probably see. The way Milton was able to explain these monumental moments in time, as well as these what-if conversations that he proposes that are both heartbreaking and beautiful. Two things I want to emphasize before we get into it. For one, while Milton was a religious leader and took
There's
stuff he said
17.
very seriously, this is a work of historic
3
fiction.
more.
So while he gives a lot of different
18,
entities
19, 20.
characterization, that doesn't necessarily mean that's accurate to what the Bible says about them. Like, if you're familiar with this story, you probably know that it has the reputation of being the first story to humanize the devil. And while I consider a lot of this to be eye-opening and thought-provoking, I wouldn't, take it to the pulpit. And the other thing I want to emphasize is that I am a Christian.
What's the percentage now? 97.
I am going to be mentioning
And I think we get 1% when we do the final quest,
and I understand that holds
which
a lot
brings
of
us to
weight and deserves
98.
a lot of reverence. So
The
whenever
ultimate
I make
title
quotes
that you
throughout
can
this
get
video, which
is
I
doing
will
every
undoubtedly
collectible, which
do,
is kind of
I
what
am
I'm working
not
on.
doing it to be disrespectful or careless. It's just because if I don't kill the mood, then nobody will.
All right,
With
there's
all
going to
of
be
that
one
out of
right
the
in
way,
here, so I got to go straight
this
south.
story is wild between some of the propositions it has for why things have
Okay,
happened
it's up
to
here. I've already
humanity,
got this one, I
to
think.
different scenarios that could have
Yep,
taken
there's
place, to just
18.
some of the imagery I'm going to read to you from the story itself. I'm excited. And you know
And
what
then 19 and
else
20.
I'm excited about? The incredible support that you all have shown on the Kickstarter. For those
One,
that don't
like,
know,
right
I
in
am making a
here.
movie with the director and writer of the SCP Dollhouse and SCP Overlord films, and that movie is Shadow of the Zone. At the time of recording, you all have got us over 80% of the way there. I am blessed beyond measure. You guys have been phenomenal. To see the support on a project that I have so much heart for, and to see you all back it directly, I can't tell you what that means to me. Thank you for everything. We're almost there, and if you're interested in seeing what we're all about or getting in on some of these cool rewards that you can get for backing the project, I will leave a link to my video explaining it as well as the Kickstarter itself in the description
South,
below. But really, you
over
guys
the
have
mountain.
been phenomenal. Thank you so much for the support that we've been getting.
To the little
and thank
cape.
you for the support that you all are continuing to give. And speaking of, do you know
Yep,
what else
that's right
is
here.
a kind of support? That's right, the support and
I'm also
entertainment that
going to
you
walk
can get
around down there
thanks
and
to
maybe
today's
find a...
sponsor, Skillshare. If you like
Oh,
watching
there's
random
another
guys
vault
in
there,
weird
too.
shirts tell you about obscure topics, then while you're doing it, why not learn something that's actually useful? Skillshare is an online learning community with thousands of classes spread across more than 150 countries. It's a fantastic place where you can get inspired, learn new skills, and then put those skills to use. For example, if you're a longtime viewer of this channel, then you've probably realized that the camera quality is, hopefully, a vast improvement from the iPhone I used to use. Well, the way I learned to use this camera is I hopped on Skillshare, typed in the name of the camera I'm using, and I found an entire course by Ben Rowlands where he went over the entire camera in detail and told me everything I'd ever need to know. And thanks to Ben and Skillshare, my quality while using the same camera went from this to this. And if you're like me and have an interest in horror and writing horror, which, if you clicked on this video, is hopefully correct, or if you're interested in starting or figuring out the fundamentals of a YouTube channel, Skillshare is the perfect place to learn. Skillshare is also entirely ad-free, meaning you're never taken out of the zone whenever you're trying to learn. Every week there are new premium classes being launched, meaning a new skill is always right around the corner. And now, Skillshare's entire catalog is available with subtitles in Spanish, French, Portuguese, and German. So if you want to improve your business, your technical skills, your creative skills, or anything in between, Skillshare is the place for you. And right now, thanks to Skillshare, the first 1,000 people who go to the link in the description will be able to try Skillshare for 1 month free. That is right, the first 1,000 people who go to that link in the description will be able to begin growing new skills and learning more about their favorite topics for free. So if you're like me and looking to improve your camera
We got another
capabilities
chest.
or grow on YouTube or anything else you like, then join for free today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Skillshare for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, if you're watching this video, I'm going to assume that you at least know the broad strokes of the Christian creation.
And we found the last astrology tower. Nice.
Created in the Garden of Eden, they sinned and then left the garden. On the side of heaven, you have the story of Lucifer rebelling against God and being cast down to hell, and then stories of the Son of Man or Jesus being the one who will.
If only we can find a villainous enemy while we're here.
Well, in John Milton's
then we're gonna be set.
All of these events happened within like a week of each other, and as is typical of several of these epic poems, it begins right in the middle of the action. So the story's just going to throw us into the deep end, and we'll get context as we go on. So if in the beginning you feel confused and need more clarity, that's the point. The story opens with Milton calling on a muse to help him tell the story of creation. Muses are something that are commonly seen again in a lot of ancient poetry, who would help the writer properly portray whatever they were trying to explain. But in this story, because again Milton is sticking to more Christian values, the muse he calls upon is the Holy Spirit to help him write what he's about to write. So throughout this story, as a muse is mentioned, it can be seen as a form of prayer. With that, our narrative begins immediately after the war in heaven. It opens with the image of Satan and a third of the angels that chose to follow him in the war against God, falling from heaven down into the pits of hell. It says they fell for 9 days, and then after landing in the lake of fire in hell, they all lay there in silence for another 9 days. They lay there in agony. For several of them, this is the first time that they've ever experienced pain. The realm that they've fallen into is dark and only illuminated by the fire they're consumed in. All of them are still adorned.
This looks like the type of place where you'd find a
banners from their battle. Until after
epic
9
enemy.
days, Satan decides to speak to his second in command. That second in command is a fallen angel named Beelzebub. Beelzebub, which translates to the Lord of the
Oh my
Flies,
gosh, another
is a
Merlin
name
trial
that is
too.
often associated with Satan directly. Several historical records point to the idea that at one time there
Wow.
was a pagan deity known
There's
as
still more
Beelzebub,
stuff.
Side of, the devil, and some even say that Beelzebub was synonymous with the Canaanite god known as Baal. Either way, this entity next to Satan would eventually go on to be a false god throughout the Bible,
Stepping
who
stone one.
people to kill their babies and all that fun stuff. So Satan begins to whisper to Beelzebub and essentially declare his hatred for God and heaven. He says that all that this defeat has done is made him more furious and steadfast in his resolve. Again, we don't know exactly what happened yet, but we'll get there. Satan continues to talk about how powerful he is and how he can wage war against God forever. He continues to say, referring to God, that glory never shall his wrath or might extort for me. Another interesting detail throughout this monologue and the rest of the story is
Am I almost done? I don't know. It keeps being more and more stuff. There's another maze there.
Him or the one above heaven or so forth. Satan then says that he will never end his war against
The last
tyranny of heaven.
Oh, the second to last landing pad is somewhere right around here.
Slow his roll just a little bit. But Satan, undeterred, says that here now in hell he will continue his fight, and that he will make a heaven of hell or a hell of heaven.
Another hedge maze. 2 more treasure vaults just opened up.
Against God, and then says to Beelzebub what is essentially his motto of the story: it is better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Satan and Beelzebub begin to fly to a far
There should be a landing pad right around here
Milton
somewhere.
describes the incredible size of Satan himself. He says his form is closer to a ship than that of a man, and his spear is closer to a tree than any human weapon. Throughout the story, we'll see the characters transform a lot, but in their more natural form, they're more akin to a mountain than a person. Once they get to shore, Satan tells the army to follow him over. This army that follows him
Wait,
to shore
come
consists
on
of
now.
millions of fallen
Oh
angels.
my God.
Again, a third of
This should
all
be the
angels
last
of heaven.
one.
It says the
I've done
leaders
all of them.
this
This should be the
army
last
have had
one.
their names removed from
But it
heaven,
says there's
and
2
while their
more.
holy names have been forgotten, they will one day be given names by humanity. Among these soldiers are fallen angels who will one day be known as Moloch, Belial, Ashtaroth, Dagon,
What is this place?
Azazel, and Mammon. All of these names are either associated with demons who in the Old Testament appeared to humanity as gods and made them do evil, to famous demons who would wage war against the church and God himself, as well as several names that are mentioned that are either the princes of hell or predominantly feature in a lot of biblical tradition as the heads of certain sins, such as the 7 deadly sins. And reading this part, I was over the moon. Like, for me being a weird biblical nerd, you know, like the way I am, I approached this story the way it had been described to me online, like, okay, we're gonna read a sad boy Satan fanfic, woohoo. But when I got to the part about the armies of defeated hell crawling out of the fire to shore, and all of the names that are mentioned are these demonic entities that either occur in the Bible
What
or
is this
in oral
place?
history at some point, I was ecstatic. This was the insanity I was hoping for. It says, as they crawl out, they all pick up their broken spears and their fallen banners of battle.
There's no
Seeing the side of their
markings.
defeat,
I've
it
already
says
been in
that
this
Satan
place.
almost feels bad for making everyone go through this. Keyword being almost, as he won't do anything about it.
There's
He
only
just
one
worsens
left,
the
and I have to get 2
situation.
more. I
With
don't get.
Satan's army gathered on the shores of hell. That's a great.
This is gonna be
phrase
the
anyway.
problem. Is
They
I'm gonna be
begin to
one
plan
away
their
from
next move.
everything.
Some suggest that they should fly up right now and keep fighting. Others say they should take their time.
I might
But
have
at the
to.
moment, Satan decides that they need a sort of palace, because of course he does. So all of the army starts
I might
to
have
dig,
to
and they begin to find precious metals like gold.
just
During
do the
this
main
time,
story
Mammon,
quest.
one of the army's leaders, goes around encouraging them to find all the gold that they can. Mammon is a demonic figure associated with
Because
greed.
there's only
And
one
in
left
Milton's
on this map.
characterization of him in the
I've done
story,
all of them.
he says that while Mammon was an angel in heaven, he was always looking down.
And
at
it
the
says that
world's
I'm
paved
still
with
too
gold.
short.
It's interesting. You always hear these names of demonic or satanic entities and just always assume they were that way. But if you follow the biblical belief that is followed by most Christians, at one point they had to be angels. So Milton's characterization of them as such is pretty interesting. So with their gold and metals, they build a giant palace across the landscape of hell, a palace known as Pandemonium. So while I was reading this, I was like, oh cool, he named the palace after the word for chaos, right? No, it turns out the word
Hey, there's another grap
Pandemonium
horn.
comes from Paradise Lost. It translates to all demons in Greek. So Milton named this palace of the demons
I don't want
All
to fight you.
Demons. And then from this story, the word Pandemonium was born. This palace or temple that they built for themselves is massive. It contains
Bro, I've already
millions
got
of
this
fallen
one.
angels. And I don't mention the artwork I use in these videos a whole lot. Like for the Divine Comedy, I just use Gustave Doré because I love his stuff. And I'm doing the same here, but I have to mention, some of the artwork for Pandemonium is some of the coolest artwork I've ever seen. These miraculous structures that are highlighted by the flames of hell around them, almost to point out the absurdity.
It's right. It should be right around me. It's right there.
It's just beautiful.
Now this should be the
storytelling
last
with
one, but
imagery.
it's not.
And speaking of imagery, as soon as Pandemonium's completed, Satan enters inside with the demons,
7 of
and they
8.
all set
I'm
on
still
their
1
own
short.
thrones.
Oh
So
my
now
god,
gathered here
I
in
don't
the
get
pits of
this.
hell in an altar to themselves, they begin to plan their next move. Satan leads the conversation.
We're
saying
at
that heaven is
98.
not lost, and surely they have some way to fight back. The first one to speak is Moloch. Moloch is described as a brute and one of the fiercest warriors of, well, it used to be heaven, but now
Somehow I missed a landing
Moloch
platform.
is full bore. They immediately have to fight back. He wants war and vengeance.
We got all the
Now,
astronomy
it's not
tables. We
really
should have all the
explained a
landing
lot throughout the
platforms.
story,
I
but
just
the
landed on the
concept
last
of
one.
annihilation
One
is
Hogwarts
mentioned,
secret,
and
that's
it's
easy.
described as being something that God himself has to do directly to a living thing. And it's
The
kind
villainous
of
foes
vaguely
thing,
hinted
infamous
at
foes
being
thing,
a
there's
ceasing of
tons of them.
consciousness. So like
But
not
I've killed like
afterlife
every
or
enemy in the
lingering
game.
form of death. And
So I
Moloch
should
says
have
it
this
would be
one. I
better
should
to
have the
face
landing platform one.
annihilation than to just sit here in hell. Belial, another
Oh, I gotta
infamous
kill.
demonic
I still have to
entity,
defeat
tells
15
Moloch
trolls.
that he should maybe
That's
slow his
easy.
roll a little bit, because as Belial says, they all got beat pretty bad, and it would probably
Field
be a
guide
bad
pages. We'll
idea
have to spend a
to
whole
just
day doing
try
field
the
guide
same thing
pages.
over again. And then proceeds to tell everyone that they should count their
Landing
losses
platforms, though,
because
should
at
be
least
done.
they're still, existent. Mammon then proposes a third option.
So the Hogwarts
He
secret,
says
the
that
last
heaven
one.
is totally overrated,
We did the
and they
clock. We did
probably
the
can't go
bridge.
back
We
to
just
it
got to
now
do the
anyway.
last one.
So why not continue to build up hell itself?
That's
and then
not
they
hard.
could make an empire that could rival hell.
Revelio
With
pages.
this, everyone seems to cheer and like the idea of building up their own glory within hell. All except Satan and Beelzebub.
So
who
we got to
stayed
find one
silent
more
this whole
bandit
time.
camp that
Beelzebub
somehow I
then speaks
missed.
and says that this
So I'm
is
just
a
going to have to
stupid
fly
idea
around the map looking
because
for a
they're
bandit
not
camp
really
that I
free at
never
all,
found.
They're just jailed. And They can build golden palaces and think that they're kings as much as they want, but they're essentially locked in a box. So it's foolish to think this empire could mean anything.
That's a puzzle.
As long as they're trapped. It's now that the primary plot
yeah, I got
of our
33
story
cents.
kicks off. As while Beelzebub is speaking, he mentions that before they left heaven, they heard that God was creating a new world, a world called Earth. New creature.
Maybe I can go kill 3 trolls real quick.
And says that whatever this
and also, we just found 2 new treasure vaults.
They know the angel strategy.
There's got to be a hidden.
Again, see them line in fire for 9 days.
There's got to be a hidden bandit camp that I didn't see somewhere.
Destroying his creation, and then from there they can take.
And I don't know how, but somehow I haven't had all the.
With this, everyone agrees and says it's a perfect idea. With that, Beelzebub says that they need a volunteer. Someone who can go to Earth and, for one, see if they can even access it, and 2, if they can corrupt it to open a gateway for everyone else. So, of course, Satan, who we're going to find out later...
See, look, another dang vault.
...stands up and offers himself to be the volunteer to go to Earth and try to corrupt man.
But these treasure vaults don't do anything for me.
That if he's going to be their leader, then you might as well act like...
Slow down now. There we go.
I don't know how you land this friggin' thing.
Hi, Dad.
I don't know how you land this freaking thing. This is why I don't ride. This is why I don't ride the freaking highway.
And as he's walking out of Pandemonium, he tells them to continue to build because they're probably going to need a palace here as well. As they all clear out of Pandemonium, it says that
how do you freaking land?
Come across these giant beasts and dragons along the floors of hell. So make of that what you will. So Satan begins to fly off to leave hell and try to find Earth, and eventually
whatever. Killing 3 trolls is easy.
Hell has 9 gates, 3 of brass, 3 of iron, and 3 of rock. The very construction of these gates is a blasphemy of the gates of heaven. When Satan gets to the gate of hell, there are 2 figures guarding it. One of them is a figure whose top half resembles a beautiful woman, but her lower half is like a dragon snake thing. And then it says around her waist are
these do not help towards my completion percentage. I just did them all because I'm a weirdo.
Reading it a few times, if the dogs are like walking around her or if they're physically inside her. I think it's both. And the other figure guarding the gate is only described as a large, horrible, shadowy shape. It's a massive dark figure made of void that whenever it steps, the ground around it trembles. Satan asks to pass through the gate, and the shadow figure says that he needs to learn his place and suffer in hell like he's supposed to. Satan, who at this point is very much over any tomfoolery, says that he doesn't have time for it and they should just let him through the gate. However, during the argument that ensues, both of the figures refer to Satan as Father. This catches Satan off guard, and he asks them to clarify at why they're calling him Dad. The Medusa figure says that her name is Sin, and that she was conceived at the moment that Satan considered to rebel against God while in heaven. That rebellion of Satan being the universe's first sin, and this figure is the embodiment of it. That's why she appears the way she does. Much like Sin, at first it seems as a beautiful, attractive entity, but whenever you view the whole of it, you realize it's just death and destruction. And speaking of death and destruction, Sin says that while she was in heaven, again after Satan had created her, her presence began to tempt the other angels, who would then convert to Satan's side.
And somewhere I have to find another quest.
To give birth to a new entity. That entity being the shadow figure on the other side of the gate, known as Death. So through Satan's original pride and thoughts of overthrowing God, he created Sin.
Oh my gosh, there's another Merlin trial.
Heaven, Sin created Death.
2 more vaults, another Merlin trial.
What Satan does.
See, there's stuff that I never flew over.
Heaven later that involve God and Jesus.
So there's got to be a bandit camp somewhere down here too.
Satan offers to be the heroic sacrifice to go to Earth so that everyone can have what they want.
Somewhere there's a bandit camp that I didn't.
He now stands here with sin and death, both his creations, as an unholy trinity, and even the setup of having this grand throne room and palace in hell. Everything that Satan does seems to be a sort of mirror image of what he knows to be power and glory. However, it's his motives and application that we'll see throughout the story that separate him from the sinless grace or power of God. Sin continues her story and says that whenever the angels fell from heaven, sin and death were cast out as well. And as they were cast out, sin was given the keys to the gates of hell and told to never open it. You're probably asking yourself, why did God or the angels give sin the keys to hell? And we'll talk about that later. So after hearing all of that, Satan's like, well, that's weird. Say, I got a deal.
Already
What
cleared that.
if you let me through that gate, I'll let you two come with me eventually. And immediately
Looking for any possible bandit camps that I might have missed.
Because as soon as Satan says that they can come with him to this new earth, they get excited and sin immediately opens the gate. Milton refers to the key and the opening of the gate as the sad instrument of all our woe. The gate opens into a sea of raw chaos. It's said later in the story that God built the earth using raw chaos, or essentially raw energy, to put the world and the firmament around it together. So here, outside of hell itself, is just like
this is not a bandit camp.
Satan leaps into the nothingness, trying to
This
fly,
is just
but
a
immediately starts to fall.
Merlin
It seems
trial
that
camp.
outside of this realm of creation, he has no power. But just as he's falling, a great wind blows him upwards, and he continues to glide through empty space of chaos by random winds. Why did sin have the key to the gate? How is Satan conveniently getting to Earth?
Alright guys, I'm doing this Merlin trial. It's 1 a.m. I'm done. I'll be streaming again for the UFC fights, but I probably won't be showing the... I'll have the gameplay on a small
Made
screen.
of this dark energy that identifies himself as chaos itself. Satan offers him the same deal. He's like, hey, if you tell me where Earth is, you can come with me. And Chaos is like, oh, it's that way. And then Satan just kind of blows along that path. As Satan leaves, death and sin begin to use the chaos material around them to physically build a bridge from hell to Earth. Eventually, as Satan continues along this path for an undetermined amount of time, he eventually sees that he's nearing God's new world, Earth. At this point, we then cut to heaven and see God and Jesus sitting on their throne. Now, it's debated a lot throughout Christianity when Jesus was created, if he even was created, because God exists outside of time. So a lot of people say that Jesus is eternal and has always existed apart from God, but at the same time, Jesus said, I and the Father are one, so they're not really separate at all. And I'm not here to discuss all that. All you need to know is that in Milton's story, Jesus was created like last week, but he's one with God, so he has all of the omnipotent and knowledge of God himself. So God and Jesus are on the throne and they're watching Earth, specifically a creation filled with uninterrupted joy and unrivaled love. And then as they're sitting there, they see Satan approaching. I can only
Another Merlin trial.
of God and Jesus.
Is that the last one of those yet?
To the side, there's a little dude.
It's alright. I already completed the challenge, but there's still more of them.
Outside of time, God sees
Alright.
everything that is going to happen.
I'm gonna go to
So God looks
Hogwarts.
at this and says that eventually his creation will betray him. He also mentions that he
The
could,
next,
in fact, stop it right now if he wanted to, but the
I guess the next
purpose
thing
of
we
this
do is just work on Rebellio
was
pages.
the concept of love, so that they
I'm gonna have to pull up a list of all the Rebellio pages. We'll start with Hogwarts, then we'll do Hogsmeade.
concept of free will. Something cannot be
Hogwarts is the most. Let's see. There's 3 more demiguise statues,
And in this moment, God knows that
43 field guide pages,
humanity will not be wholly punished,
and 3 collection chests.
no longer be divine creatures, and therefore
There's 3
cannot
collection
act
chests.
in
Okay.
divinity. They will know suffering. They will know corruption. They will know everything that they
We're gonna
shouldn't
have to find.
The Son
I went to all of the landing platforms.
asked
You guys
God
just watched me
all
do
of
it. I went to all 20 of them,
and God says
and
that
it
some
says
will
that
be
I still
lost
have
and
to
some
do a
will
landing
chase after new
platform.
sin.
So
But he also says that some will listen. And since through
I don't
their
know.
free will to
Doesn't make sense.
participate in this evil will lead them to the evils that humanity will suffer. It will be their free will and another kind of participation.
Should I go do the?
That will lead them back to
We'll
God's
do that.
side. And God says that way will be paid through a sacrifice. To which
The next stream after
in
the
hell,
fights
God
are over,
asks who will
I'll do the
volunteer.
I'll do the final
First,
quest.
Jesus volunteers.
I can still go around and do the collection stuff,
Satan
but
wants to go to Earth in order to conquer it,
hopefully
and
some
in
people are
order
watching or
to
something.
defile it so it can be no better than him. Whereas Jesus makes the same offering.
Pulso puzzle
only
room.
unlike Satan, who is trying to bring humanity down to his
8 of
suffering,
8,
Jesus
5
is
field
trying to
guide
bring
pages, and 1
humanity
demiguise
into his
statue
grace.
in this
He
area.
refers to Jesus in this moment and says, "In whom the fullness dwells of love divine, and that he himself will one day defeat Satan, death, and sin forever." Something I love about Paradise Lost is whenever you hear the concept of the story, you already know where it's going to go. Like, no one who has any concept of theology picked up the book and was like, oh, the Garden of Eden from Satan's perspective. I wonder how it turns out for that guy. Like, we all know where this story's going, just as God knows where the story's going. And it's a beautiful picture that before the fall of man ever occurred, God already had our way back prepared.
All right,
but what
I'm gonna
the
save.
story does that's particularly interesting isn't the narrative. Again, we all know how that turns out.
98%.
It's characterization of it. And the majority of that characterization falls on Satan. All that is truly known throughout the Bible is the idea that Satan
Killing
saw
3
himself
trolls is
as
easy.
equal to God, and after trying to take that place, he was cast down. And here we see those
We got the
ideas
last
more
astrology
fleshed out.
table.
As mentioned earlier, better to reign in hell than serve in
Somehow
heaven. But
we
as the
didn't get
story
all the
goes
landing
on,
pads.
philosophy begins to crumble under itself, and we see Satan continue to grasp for straws to try to maintain his power, his resilience for
I
his
don't
own
get it.
cause. And
I
in
had
the
to have
end,
missed one somewhere.
just how far he's
I
willing
did all
to
4 of
justify
those.
his own suffering. So anyway, we cut
Did
back
all
to
3 of
Satan, who's
those.
making his way to Earth and lands in this lush forest. It's also
Did
at
all
this
those.
time, and Milton doesn't do this a lot. Dante was way
Did
worse
those.
for it in his writings. But a lot of these older writers do this thing where
Did all those. 1,
their
2, 3, 4, 5,
character's monologue will
6,
reflect
7,
their
8,
Oh,
own
9,
beliefs, but not
10,
in like
11,
a natural
12,
story
13,
way, like a very
14,
just
15, 16,
out of
17,
pocket
18, 19,
announcement
20.
of ideas.
I did all of
and
them.
I made fun of Dante a lot for it, so it's only fair that Milton gets some too. Like throughout Dante's Inferno, Dante would come across someone suffering in hell and being like, "Oh,
And
you're
I can't
burning
figure out how
upside
to
down
kill the
forever,
last monster.
but you're from a town that's not Florence.
PlayStation
wow, that's
exclusive.
pretty lame. Okay." And Milton's not as bad for it, but there's a scene here that I was like, there's that Danteism. As mentioned earlier, Milton was a strong Protestant, so he was very
Puppet from
against the
PlayStation
Catholic
exclusive.
Church and most governments. So Milton hated the idea of a priest or talking to someone who then talks
I don't
to
know.
God for
I can't
you.
figure out how
So
to
whenever
kill that last monster
Satan
because
gets
I've
to
killed
Earth,
everything.
heaven is right above Earth, like it can physically be seen from Earth. And Satan is just like, wow, sure would be stupid
I've killed
if
all
I thought
the
I needed to
infamous
speak to someone
foes.
to talk to all that. And then Satan just rambles. He's like, could you
I think it's glitched because one of the infamous foes went into a
like,
wall, and
I
I
don't
don't
know,
think I
a
ever killed him.
monk or a priest even to talk to God when I can just yell and he'll
I don't
hear
know.
me? That's so can physically be.
I'm gonna end this. All right, guys. I'll be streaming tomorrow early, like 10 a.m. till like 6 p.m. all day, and it'll just be this screen view, and I'll have the game down in a small corner for anybody who wants to pay attention to the game, because I'm just going to be doing Revelio pages, which is boring, but we're going to be watching the UFC fights, so that'll be cool. And then I got to edit those videos for the gaming channel, and yeah, so I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Tar Baby Yoda, Flat Sabbath, and Dean. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Sorry I wasn't reading your chats a lot. I was reading where all these locations were on this map. But have a good night. I'll catch you later.